item B, Common Interest Community Board complaint. We have many items to cover on our agenda. Our first order of business is to address a complaint that has been submitted by the Reston Association member, Mr. Ed Abbott, owner of property located at 2218 Wake Robin Lane. To lead us through this matter, I turn the floor over to the association's legal counsel, Adwood. Ken?
Well, before we start that, I asked that this item be moved to after member comment. I'd like to have that discussion to help me understand why the members don't have a right to comment on this before we discuss it.
Very good.
It's on you. It's
Can I allow our counsel to...
But I think
Well, it's
what
not
she's saying
council's decision, right? It's our decision.
Right, it's the agenda that she's saying needs to be, she wants the agenda changed, so you should make a motion that the agenda
Why
be...
don't you make a motion and...
I'll make a motion that we should put member comments back before we take these action items. I said this in an email earlier this week. I'd like to see B and E after member comment. I think members have a right to comment before we take on some of these issues. That's just my point.
Okay.
I'll second the motion.
So Lucinda will second. Any discussion around the motion? Julie?
I guess I think that given what the topics are, my view is that it would be important for the members in the community to hear some of the background information so that their comments could be more pertinent to the material being presented.
So you're talking primarily E,
Well,
which is the Lake Newport soccer
both
proposal.
of them, I guess. I mean, both to me are ones that there's data and information to be shared that I think helps put the members' comments into context, and they might wish to comment in a different way with more information at hand.
I could see that for item E where it's just a discussion, but I don't see that for item B that we're required to take an action on. Now, unless we want to have our discussion, let the members comment, and then take action.
Lucinda?
I would like to be able to have, hear from the members and have that more information from the membership before I make a decision and vote on the items. So I'd like to hear the member comments, but I think, maybe amending the motions so that we can hear the presentation and then have member comments, and then, that might satisfy everybody. So
Ray?
I'll make a friendly amendment to have the presentation on item B and then member comments before we vote on it.
I accept that.
So what I hear is that we'll keep it in the order that it's currently presented on the agenda.
No.
Item A and then item B.
And then
Followed by member
F.
comments, and then we would take any
vote.
action
Yeah.
that would come out of item B.
Okay.
And then we go back to the regular.
Accept that friendly amendment?
I do.
Is that what you meant?
Does this mean we have two sets of member comments? This would be just for this, and then,
That's a good
Yes.
question.
Yes.
The first set of member comments would be focused on the item B, the Common Interest Community Board complaint.
Any further discussion? Eve?
I'm a little confused just to capture the motion, because I heard Lucinda and Sherry say, here presentations for B and E in the order there, go to member comments, but don't take any actions on B or E until after member comments.
I see.
Is that what you guys said?
I didn't realize there was the E too.
Oh,
Yeah. Okay. Let's just have member comments after, before anything. Like let's just go back to Sherry's original proposal. It's too complicated.
So the friendly amendment that I thought I was accepting was that we were going to have item B the discussion, member comment, and then item B again to take action. And then we go on to C and D, and then E can be presented, and then member comment.
Okay, that's
Okay,
different. I can change it to be that way, if that's what the board wants.
I'm good with that.
I'm not sure that everybody heard what the end landing point is, so you might want to repeat what they're going to be voting on.
Okay.
Yeah.
I haven't written it yet, but my understanding of what Sherry just said is item B, information only, then member comments, then action on item B, and then proceed through C and D, and then do the same pattern for E. Information only, hear member comments, then take action. Did I capture that correctly?
Just want to make sure the board understands that and is comfortable with that.
So we will have member comments only on item B
For now.
for now.
And then later, there would be,
Thanks.
I suppose, the general member comments for E and all of them? Or do you want to?
I think, are you going to say something? I don't know, I can't
No,
tell, because you're just listening at this point?
It's
Okay,
totally up
that's
to the
fine.
board.
But
I
you
just-
note that there's an action, and there can also be a non-action.
In order, what he's,
I'm looking to see whether or
complaint-
not there's a specific action in my board package
I don't
that we
think there-
typically have,
right.
a recommended thing, and I'm not seeing it.
The complaint is one that was established, the complaint process was one that was required by state law several years ago with regard to the Common Interest Community Board in Richmond and the Ombudsman's Office. The complainant has to come to the board, and then a decision has to be made by the board as to what right they're going to give the complainant under the complaint.
Okay,
Is
so
they going to
that's the
grant it,
action.
or are they going to deny the complaint?
All right,
As a result of that, then the individual has the right to take that complaint, because that's an adverse ruling against the complainant, to take that down to Richmond for further review by the Ombudsman's Office.
They do have a motion on the table, so,
And don't forget Danielle's on the phone, too.
Oh, Danielle?
Or-
So the motion that's before us is that we'll deal with item B, information only, followed by member comments on that item alone, followed by any action if we so decide to act. Any further discussion? Can I call the vote? All in favor of the vote, or as, of the motion as presented by Sherry? Any opposed?
Can't tell if Danielle has her hand up.
Oh, I'll wait to see what she says. Is anyone opposed?
Do we hear from Danielle?
I'm going to abstain from this one.
Okay, abstain, 4 in favor, abstain, any objection?
He was abstaining.
I'll abstain as well.
Thank you.
So the motion carries. So can I turn it over to our council?
So in essence, as I stated earlier, this is a Common Interest Community Board complaint process established by the legislature several years ago, whereby individual members of associations have the ability to make complaints to the board, have that reviewed by the board, and then have it reviewed by the Ombudsman's Office if, in fact, there is an adverse ruling against the complainant. This member complaint, the relief sought is removal of Eve Thompson for violation of the conflict of interest policy. The complaint was based on alleged non-disclosure of ownership of Lake Ann Coffee House and Wine Bar on the conflict of interest statement, and this is directly from the complaint form submitted by Mr. Abbott. Secondly, alleged non-disclosure of the fact that the president of Lake Ann Condominium is her husband. Third, alleged non-disclosure of location of real estate office. for alleged non-disclosure of Lake Ann property interest during the discussion of proposed capital improvements of the docks at Lake Ann at the board meeting on January 26, 2017. As you may all remember from the January 26, 2017 meeting, there was indeed the discussion of the proposed capital improvements of the docks at Lake Ann. However, based on my recollection and the proposed minutes of that meeting, the board took no action on that issue or on that transaction that evening. Pursuant to the Virginia Non-Stock Corporation Act, a conflict of interest is defined as a transaction where a director of the corporation has an interest that precludes him or her from being interested, 13.1-871. This interest is defined as not influenced by consideration of personal advantage. It is important to remember that just because one has an interest in a transaction doesn't mean that there is an automatic conflict of the interest of the corporation that is represented by the director. It's also important to remember that any actual conflict of interest under Virginia Non-Stock Corporation Act does not prevent a director from discussing the issue with his or her fellow directors at a meeting, nor actually from voting on the transaction. Dependent upon the circumstances and the nature of the transaction, there may be conditions with respect to whether the vote of the director who has a conflict is actually counted towards the vote. However, the conflict itself does not prohibit the director from voting. Based on the proposed minutes of the meeting and my recollection of that meeting, and in light of the fact that there was no vote taken on the issue on the evening of January 26, 2017, there does not appear to be a violation of the Reston Articles of Incorporation, Article 4E, because that section requires disclosure on any matter on which the director votes. Because there was no vote on the issue, that section is not triggered, and therefore it is my opinion that that is not applicable. In addition, and really the crux of the relief sought by the complaint, in any situation where the removal of a board member is sought, it is Virginia law that the removal of any director is it's really not within the purpose of the power of the board of directors, but is a fundamental right of and solely within the Reston Association members' scope of authority. The Virginia Non-Stock Corporation Act is controlling here. Section 13.1-860B of the Act is mandatory. It's not permissive. That section of the Act does not say unless otherwise provided in the Articles of Incorporation. It says the following. That code section provides that if a director is elected by a voting group of members, only the members of that voting group may participate in the vote to remove him or her. Accordingly, this section of the Code of Virginia controls and removal of a sitting director and requires that members of the non-stock corporation, not the board of the directors, undertake that action, much in the same way as the members are responsible for electing directors to the board of directors in the first place. What the members give, only the members can take away, at least under the Virginia Non-Stock Corporation Act as it's currently written, and which Reston Association was established under and operates pursuant to. So under the circumstances, our position is that there are not conditions which lead to a removal unless the membership eventually removes her. The board does not have that authority. It's not within their scope. That's my presentation.
Thank you. Any discussion with the board on this item?
Thank you for that. I know you sent that to us in an email too. So when I read this, in a time when this board is under extreme scrutiny, at a time when conflict of interest seem to be all over the place, they seem to be percolating everywhere lately. I think that we need to really look at kind of the consequences for not doing our conflict of interest statement annually, which I think is our requirement, and then providing either omitting information, which in my opinion is also falsifying because it's not accurate. Wait a minute, Ken, it's my turn. The statement that I signed, that I think we all signed, that says the information provided in this statement is true and accurate. So then I go back to what I can find. When we go to the meeting that just happened, I didn't know that that was the husband of a board member. Ken, you alluded to in your statement that you sent to us that we should know all this. You state if I can say, it's in the middle of the paragraph where you said, yes, the form should have been more complete. There was definitely more information that she should have provided to make it more comprehensive. However, the information she initially provided was sufficient to put the board on notice of her general interest in Lake Ann. I find it ludicrous that I should know what everybody's interests are. I did not know that was her husband. I don't even think he said his name. I don't even think it was on the agenda. If it was my bad, but I was not aware. You guys wouldn't know my husband except for Julie if you fell over him. So to say that we should just know these things is kind of put me off when I read your statement. So I think that although according to the rules and the law, there was no violation of the conflict of interest policy, I think it's an issue of ethical behavior and common courtesy to fill out a form and you state this form is true and accurate, that is certainly not true and accurate. And I'll go to the point of all assets. Well, back in 2015, when Eve filled out the form, she probably didn't own the coffee house at the time, didn't expect to see that. But I do believe that her husband was president of LARCA, which is one of the statements on here. The coffee house was bought in 2015. This was never updated, or 16 was never updated. I never did see its 2016 conflict of interest. And by the way, I didn't see 2016 conflict of interest from others as well. It's a yearly requirement that we're supposed to do. Eve has been on the board for 3 years. She should know what the rules are by now. So I think this is bigger than was the conflict of interest to the law followed or not. And I get it from a lawyer's perspective. There's no grounds for removal. And I'm not suggesting that that's even the right thing to do. I'm just saying that as a board, we need to take this kind of stuff very seriously as we're getting all this pressure from the community of what are we hiding. I don't want to be part of a board that doesn't stand on integrity. You know, when we fill out this form, it's serious business. And the fact that it's been filled out wrong for several years, or not all-inclusive for several years, is to hide. I don't believe she's trying to hide it. We know that she has a strong interest in Lake Ann. But the fact that it doesn't talk about her long and foster business, it didn't talk about her husband, it certainly doesn't talk about the coffee house, and then in the meeting when Lucinda tried to bring up the potential conflict of interest, she was kind of poo-pooed and almost laughed at by Eve and Ellen. And we can look at the video if we want to. I just think that was disrespectful for somebody that was trying to bring truth out in a meeting. And I see that, I just tend to see that over and over again with these kind of things. This stuff is serious. If we're going to have a solid reputation that the people voted for us because we're true and ethical professional individuals, then we, by God, ought to act like it. Those are my comments.
The filed form was, in fact, at the time, with the exception of the husband part, was accurate at the time because the coffee house and the wine bar were not.
But there was not one done in 16.
Right. Well,
so it's out of date.
It is
That's
out of date.
actually incorrect.
But that.
That's the documents on the website.
That's not my problem, though. I mean, I don't post them to the website, I would say, Sherry.
And that.
That's what's known to the public.
And right, and I think it is important. I think this should serve as a lesson to everybody, that everybody needs to look at this in a fashion where they do represent the community, and they do need to disclose. And as I've always said to this board and to the members around this table, that disclosure is the most important thing.
Right.
So anytime there's a potential conflict of interest, it ought to be disclosed so that there's no question. Because remember, the Virginia Non-Stock Corporation Act doesn't prevent discussion, doesn't prevent vote. It's a matter of disclosure. The disclosure issue, though, it doesn't come into play here because of the documents and the articles of incorporation, because there was never any vote. So you can't, under those circumstances, use that provision to bootstrap. I certainly agree with many of your points, and I think that there is a need for the board to understand the significant responsibilities. And that's why we do training every year. That's why we try to do training every year. It doesn't always happen. And that's not the fault of not trying, though. And it is important for you all to be aware of what the state laws are, because the state laws are part of how you have to operate this non-stock corporation under the laws of the Commonwealth of Virginia.
Any other comments from the board? Got Julie, Lucinda, Eve. Julie?
I know that most of us, I believe all of us, signed our conflict of interest documents in April or shortly thereafter when we started the new board for 2016. I do know that when I checked, when this first came up, I did check the website, as Sherry did say, and could not find the 2016 ones. Has that been
No, they're
rectified?
there. They're there.
Okay,
Mine's there.
okay, that's all.
Lucinda?
I have some questions, and so I guess maybe for council. Eve's husband being on the Lake Ann Merchants Association, being the president of the Lake Ann Merchants Association.
That's not correct.
Martha.
I don't, because I'm not informed, so, and nobody disclosed it to me, I don't know what it is, but I understand that your husband's involved with some kind of businesses in Lake Ann?
No, he's the president of a condominium.
A condominium?
Yeah.
Okay, see, nobody told me that. It wasn't disclosed. So my question to council is that something that should have been disclosed on the conflict of interest form?
In my opinion, any potential conflict of interest should be disclosed, yes.
Okay. So, Eve, are you also on any other associations associated with Lake Ann?
I am a member of I'm a volunteer member, not by, Lake Ann is an unusual environment in that the condo merchants do not, the coffee house is not a part of the condominium. So technically, I am not a part of the merchants and haven't been since I closed my real estate office. So I am connected to the merchants through my volunteer activities. Really because I have been a volunteer advocate for that group for a long time. But the coffee house itself is not a part of that merchant community. I mean, it's a part of the merchant community, but it's not part of the condominium community. It's part of the Washington Plaza cluster community.
So, as a fellow board member, I feel like that type of information would be something that I would want to know about you. I'm not thinking that you could profit from it, but I do think it's important for us to understand where your interests are and what your activities are, especially around properties and businesses in Reston. So again, council, that would be something that maybe should have been disclosed on the form as well. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Okay. Also, I believe that as our council, you would be responsible for helping us and guiding us as board members to fill out these forms correctly and ensure that they were shared with the public in a timely manner, correct?
Except to the extent that I don't know your personal information. I have no knowledge of your backgrounds or what you're involved in or that. So
So-
unless you're wanting us to expand additional community resources to get to that position, I wouldn't have the ability to do that.
Did you know about Eve's volunteer activities and her husband's activities?
No.
Okay. So this has come up before. This has been a repeated issue that's been brought to the board's attention by members of the community, not just in this instance. And I'm really surprised that our conflict of interest statements that I believed that we all had filled out in April are not up on the website and are not current. And I'm disappointed that we're not taking these things seriously. I believe that the interest statement has not been filled out correctly for several years by some of the board members. And I think that, my fellow board members really need to think about this. And it's nothing personal. I just think as an organization that this is something that we really need to take seriously.
Anything further, Lucinda?
No.
Eve?
Yeah, I mean, this is so dismaying not to be called out on incomplete documentation, but to be But to have that used to basically be accused of integrity issues and things like that. Lucinda, I would remind you that in April, when we attempted to do conflict of interest training, that you shut it down and essentially said, this is enough, we can't, and in fact, you stopped the training right as we got to that point, where they were going to go over the conflict of interest forms and cover it, and that it was based on your demands that we quit because you were, I don't know, tired of listening to Ken or something, I'm not sure, but essentially shut it down. And so I do want to say, you know, I have, most definitely last month at the board meeting should have redisclosed, I have disclosed it before, my interest in Lake Ann. It's been so well documented that it's kind of, I guess, always a surprise to me. It's been well documented on social media. It's been, and in fact, it's interesting that Ed, when it was first written about prior to settlement on the coffee house, which was in September, Ed made a comment using his name on Reston Now, and so I'm, you know, I mean, I am kind of baffled at the notion that there's been any hiding. I mean, there's just no hiding. I mean, it was on Reston Now in September 1st. It's been, you know, my activities down there are well known and well documented. Now, that doesn't mean that I'm excluded from filling out the paperwork completely, and for that I do apologize. I should have been more careful. We have had issues with incomplete forms by a number of board members over the years. But, you know, I have lived and worked alongside my neighbors in the Lake Ann community for nearly 20 years. I'm deeply and personally committed to that community. Lucinda, you asked about my activities down there. You know, I run a craft market on behalf of the merchants in an effort to boost the vitality of the community. You asked me, I think on several occasions, you asked me about that in relationship to your wanting to do something similar over at Hunter's Woods. But I have done that because I'm committed to boosting the vitality of that center, and I'm committed to the concept of the village center as a positive and beneficial ordering of the community. I find it really discouraging that the thrust of our communication on an important topic for a community, that the primary thrust of our discussion ended up being whether or not I was going to benefit from it. I mean, instead of like, wow, here's an opportunity to do something awesome in the community that would benefit the entire community, it became a personal sort of vendetta about one person. And that's really tragic. Really tragic. I feel really badly about that. You know, I mean, Rick and I have taken on tremendous personal risk in opening this business, trying to reestablish this business. We're not restaurant people. We have several children who are, and maybe I should disclose that, they work at the coffee house, who have deep expertise. One is an executive chef, one is a front of the house manager, and one is a baker. they cautioned us against going forward, but we are fortunate in that we are able to work past our fear and past our anxiety and push ahead to do something that we think, yes, we do think it's financially a good thing for us to do, but we think it's really a great thing to do for the community. How that is getting turned into a bad thing or a thing that makes me a person of less integrity, I'm just kind of baffled. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Eve. Any other comments from the board? Got Ray and then Lucinda.
I'd like to hear from the members before I chime in on this, if that's okay.
Lucinda?
So on the conflict of interest statement that we all filled out and signed, it says the information provided in this statement is true and accurate. I understand that falsifying such information will result in immediate resignation from the Board of Directors pursuant to Section 3(5)(d)(2) of the first deed of amendments to the deed of dedication of Reston. I'd like to remind my fellow board members of that. And also, I guess that maybe in the future, when you're filling out your conflict of interest statements, you might want to include your activities with the craft market on Lake Ann as well.
I actually have revised it, Lucinda, and did include that.
So, but you did check the box in the form that you filled out, and I guess that, with ethics, it's up to people to make their own decisions of how they're going to act, and I want you to really think about if the information that you provided in the statement was true and accurate.
I think that the question would be one of intent. Did I intend? And I would have to say absolutely not. But
Sharon?
If you alluded to the fact that our conversations, I'm assuming you were talking about the one in January about the dock, ended up being about you and your conflict, and I don't believe it did. I think the decisions we made about not moving forward and not having a public hearing was made based on the budget, based on the recommendations of the staff. It had nothing to do whether you were or were not in the conversation or not. What did happen in that meeting is you emphatically said there was no conflict of interest there, and when clearly there's a conflict of interest that you could have just disclosed, but we took a different little, we took a sideways turn, and I think some of this, I don't think you can throw on the board without taking a little responsibility on yourself.
I take full responsibility, Sherry, for not disclosing.
Okay, that's all.
But to disclose interest does not really mean necessarily that there's a conflict of interest. And so I would point out to you that on the question of the dock, now, as it turns out, because the coffee house is not part of the condo, it is in fact part of the Washington Plaza cluster, it does have access to the water. So it does have what's called riparian rights. The condo, who is the entity coming to the board to talk about this, does not have access to the water. And so, I guess that, one of the things that I would, gets back to sort of like, so here you have an asset that's in poor condition, right? Essentially burdening an environment, burdening a community, right? And so there's no discussion about that. I mean, and the impact of that on the vitality of that place or the merchants or anything else. I mean, so yes, I should have immediately reminded you, and actually you have met Rick, but I should have immediately reminded you that Rick is the president, my husband is the president of the condo, and that yes, we do still own property down at Lake Ann.
I just wanted to clarify that conversation didn't revolve around you. It was really a conversation on the dock, on what we're putting there, what we're replacing. It was on the budget. It was a briefing from the staff. So I just want to make sure that we're not leaving the impression of anybody that wasn't at that meeting that we had a conversation just around your conflict. But let me just.
If we go back to the the tape, I
Mhm.
think you might have a different impression.
Okay, well, I haven't gone back to the tape. Don't really want to, but anyway, if members want to, Lucinda.
I'm sorry. I just have a question for the council. So my understanding of the conflict of interest policy for the association is that it's upon the board to police itself. And I just want to make sure that I'm fulfilling my duties as a board member. And I'm asking your advice on what we should do, or what I should do as a board member about the statement on the bottom of the conflict of interest statement that I read earlier about the statement being true and accurate. I'd like your advice on, as a board member, what I should do to make sure that I'm following the policies of the association and I'm not getting into any legal trouble.
The policy itself is an add-on. The key component of all of this is the board and the relationships amongst the board members, especially when it is at a board meeting. For the board to have knowledge of any potential or actual conflict of interest at the time they're making a decision. The key there is at the meeting, not whether it's up on a website someplace or properly administratively put on the website. It's whether or not the board, in order to make a fully informed decision, has the ability to make that fully informed decision based on the information that's been presented and any disclosures that have been made. So it's at the meeting that's critical, because your documents say that disclosure is required, especially if the vote is going to be taken. And it's only when those two are there that the resignation or the removal potential is triggered, not if there's not a vote.
Thank you.
Any further discussion on this?
Like I said, there will be a little more, but I want to hear what they have to say.
Very good. I think we agreed that we were going to have a discussion, going to hear member comments on this particular item, and then we would decide if and what action was appropriate. So,
Well, then, before we decide that, I will have some comments, because I assume that we will have a comment period based on the comments we hear.
correct.
Okay.
Just want to remind the board, too, that it is 7:15, and so we're already slipping behind. I would urge our members, will be discussing this particular item, the conflict of interest statement. If you could keep your comments short and brief, and I would urge you, if you're going to build on others' comments, just acknowledge it and add new information. That would be very helpful. So, comments from the members. Please come up to the mic. Your name, your address.
Good evening. My name is
evening.
Erwin Flashman. I live at 1327 Buttermilk Lane. I have a question for council, and then I'd like to make a statement. At what point in time does the obligation devolve upon the member of the board to disclose the kind of information that is required to be filled out in the form after the form has been filled out, independent of whatever issue may be being discussed at the time in the board? Does the member have an obligation, as soon as that new information occurs, to update the form?
I don't know that there is a requirement in the policy itself for that purpose. I think the most important thing, once again, is making sure that at the time of the meeting, the whole board knows what the conflicts or potential conflicts are, in order for the board at that time to make a fully informed decision. Whether or not the conflict statement is up to date is not as important as the fact of the meeting and the full disclosure at that point.
But it doesn't take away the importance of informing.
I would say that if you realize that that's not on the list, you probably should go to the conflict statement and update it and put it
So
on.
as soon as you realize that there's a change, you should update the statement. Is that correct?
I don't think that's part of the policy, but I think that's good practice.
Um, I would add that it is also important that the members of the association be aware of the potentials of conflict. That is the reason it is put on the website, because otherwise, you guys can circulate it among yourselves and you all know. So there's another aspect to this that hasn't been discussed, and that is the information should be made available to all of the members. And that means that information that maybe one or two of you may be privy to because you happen to be in the Lake Ann area means that out in Dogwood or in North Point, they're not privy to that, which is the whole point of putting that on the website and having a document filed. And the reason for updating it so that people can be aware of what is going on. Unfortunately, this seems to represent a hole in the policy of the board, which I believe should be updated so that every member is obligated to update their forms when they become aware of additional information which should be placed on the form as a potential conflict, such as the acquisition of a business or the hiring of children or other kinds of things that have impact and are required by the present board policy to be notified in the conflict of interest statements. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, one other thing. I sound like Columbo, I'm sorry. This is a statement I made earlier to the governance committee, and that is, you may remember Caesar's wife. And it was said that Caesar's wife should always be pure and chaste and above reproach, but that she also should appear to be so. So for the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member comments on this item? Mr. Dean?
I'm James Dean. I live at 11195 Square Sail Court, Reston, Virginia, 20191. First, after viewing the tape, because I did not stay that late that night, I almost immediately emailed or texted Eve. And we followed up, and I appreciate you speaking with me by phone to discuss the matter. But I've watched the tape a couple of times now, and now that I've seen your form, I'm even more concerned about the situation. And furthermore, I went back, and no offense, this has come up with you before, with the Lake Ann redevelopment, the land and tree swap. That very same concern was brought up with that issue. And again, many Restonians feel that you did not properly disclose, that you did not act in an ethical manner. And here we are again, and I take you at your word that you had no malicious intent. But this is becoming a very bad habit, this should not happen once, let alone twice or how many other times that it has happened. And again, it's not up to Lucinda or Sherry or anybody to know who your husband is, who your children are. You should disclose that information. And with no offense to the law, there's a matter of the letter of the law, and then there's the matter of the spirit of the law. And there's also the matter of just being ethical. And yes, there may not have been a violation of the letter of the law, but based upon what I read in the conflict of interest form, I think Lucinda is right on the mark. I think it was your responsibility to keep that form up to date on a day-by-day basis if necessary. And you failed to do that. And you checked off a box and you signed underneath it saying that you were going to accept consequences for omissions, falsifying, whatever. And I have some real concerns about that. And to all of the board members, I think you've all got to seriously look at your ethics situation. The members, we're getting, the Tetra review process, the mistreatment of media world, the fact that that the vice president has been interjected into an independent review of the lake house situation, when you all voted not to do that. You said it was going to be independent, you said it was going to be off by itself, and then, not even a vote, an email is sent out by the president saying that vice president is going to be involved in this. That's not the way that we were told, your members. That's not the way we were told this was going to be done. And you don't even have a meeting about it, you just do it by email. And it comes out after the fact. You have some real ethics issues here, folks. And it's not just Eve. Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Dean, before you leave, I would like to say that with regard to the land swap, I fully disclosed multiple times what my interests were, and I did not vote. I recused my vote. So, I don't know, I see you shaking your head as if somehow that's not good enough, but it is really the only thing that a board member can do if they feel like, that the, either they do have a conflict or that the appearance of the conflict is such that, that's all they can do. And so, I do want to say, I'm going to speak, I'll speak on my own, I'm not allowed to speak for the whole board, but the email that you're referencing, it was a very poorly written email. I love Ellen, but it wasn't well communicated what was being said there. When she asked that Mike, what she said was Mike is the media contact, because we can't, it's really difficult to say a volunteer who is not connected to the association, if the media contacts, then there has to be a person that has been given the authority to speak for the board, and I don't believe we can give that to a volunteer person who's not connected to the board. And so it wasn't that she was saying, now Mike is connected to this, the vice president is connected to this. What she was saying is that for that purpose, if there is a media contact, and I believe she was going out of town for the long weekend, and so it was really for that purpose. And so it's unfortunate that was taken and then spun into, Mike becoming a cancer that was eating the, So I just wish that information as opposed to the, it's not as dramatic and it's not as titillating, but sometimes just the real truth of what has happened is the most edifying.
Okay, but that was reported in Reston Now. There's nothing preventing the Reston Association, because you've responded to things on Reston Now in the past. There was nothing preventing the Reston Association from stepping forward and saying, we need to clarify this. This has been misunderstood. To the best of my knowledge, that was not done. And I'm not trying to accuse anybody of anything, but that looks like a real mess.
Well, I am simply explaining, and I think that trying to debate something in the comments of Reston Now is not generally a winning kind of strategy, has been my experience. So I just lay that out there. It's like I said, I did fully disclose. I saw you shake your head as if, that somehow that wasn't good enough. I did disclose many times through the Lake Ann redevelopment process. And, it was a very contentious thing. And I understand that to this day, there are people who are upset about it. But I did disclose, I did recuse and not vote.
Well, let me be clear,
Excuse me,
what I was,
Mr. Dean, if I could, there are many people here that would like to speak, and we are
hope not.
very,
I'm going to respond to just the one, I was not shaking my head doubting what you were saying. I was shaking my head because in my opinion, and the opinion of many people, just recusing yourself from a vote does not mean that you acted in an ethical manner. There's two separate things.
thank you very much, Mr. Dean. If I could with the board, the purpose of this segment is to hear from the members, so I would urge us not to debate with the members. Let's hear what the members have to say. We will reconvene and we'll discuss as a next step. Tammy Petrine. So I'm going to ask Sabrina to time, 3 minutes, please.
Tammy Petrine, 2503 Foxcroft Way, Reston, Virginia, 41 years living here. 8 years ago, I really started paying attention. I was over at Lake Ann a lot working on the Reston Master Planning Task Force as an adjunct and doing things for the person who was running it as well as RCA's member. I became extremely sensitive to Eve Thompson's position when the Lake Ann swap came up. And before then, I didn't know her, I didn't like her or not like her, I didn't know who she was. When that happened, various things happened in that process that put me on hyper alert, and I've been that way every minute since that to this minute. And it's not the time or place to go through the swap and what happened or didn't happen there. But what happened with that doc, I was sitting in that chair watching, and Rick came up here, you had no body language, Ellen didn't introduce him as your husband, you didn't acknowledge him with any body language, he didn't acknowledge you. There was no way that anybody who didn't know that you were married would have gotten that. I will also state that I was on RCA for years, and RCA was very alert to the fact that Reston Association board members' conflict of interest statements were incomplete. We brought that to RCA as an issue that we were concerned about. And what is making me crazy is that over and over and over, Eve, you want to make this somebody else's fault. She stopped the discussion. It's not your responsibility to check the form. Actually, it is. If you're on the board, it's incumbent on you to look at the website and be sure your information is accurate. So I won't even apologize for it. I have issues with counsel and how he treated me when I went to him asking about the swap and asking, are you going to recuse myself? So we'll get into that when we have an hour and we don't have people here for 7 other meetings. But this is a huge problem, and I couldn't applaud more James Dean's comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members wishing to speak on this item? No? Thank you. So, board, comments. Ray, I think you were first.
Thank you. James is right. We have bigger, broader ethical issues. There are also operational issues. How we work among ourselves, how we work among the community, how we reach our decisions. But they're huge issues there. Look forward to attacking them, and I look forward to having 4 new board members to work with on that, because I think we can make a lot of headway. Ken points out that the members are responsible for voting on removal, not us, so I'll take his word for that, by the way. At the governance committee meeting, when Bruce, I don't remember his last name, Mike, but he was very good about describing situations like this, and at the end of the day, does the penalty meet the crime? We don't get paid. I can't fine Eve, but is removing her from the board really what we want to do? Is that really right? What is the bigger picture there? And undoubtedly, there should be a recusal. She should have recused herself. We all know that. We've gone through all this stuff now. We all know what could have, should have been done. But we did kill this Lake Ann proposal. I was offended by it from day one. Why it was even brought to the BOC, with Eve being there, how it got through the BOC and onto our agenda in any serious matter for us to even consider putting RA funds into an unknown set of dreams that somebody might have to improve the Lake Ann community, especially at this time. We have overruns all over the place. We have a need to reduce assessments. And we'll talk about other assessment issues later. And with all those issues, why is this project even in front of us? And I think we successfully killed that. I never mentioned conflict of interest. I never mentioned anything. The idea was terrible. So I didn't take it to a personal level. We did kill it. I think at the end of the day, it's not coming back. But on the bigger picture, this idea that members can get irate, and it's a select few. We're a huge community here. And fill out forms and cite legal and all sorts of other reasons why they're upset to get somebody removed. I fear it's going to create a defensive mentality among board members at a time when we need to be proactive. We need to take more chances. We need to address community issues without fear of somebody coming behind us with all sorts of, you did this and I want you fired and you're a terrible person and all that. Everybody in here lives in glass houses. Everybody in here has flaws. Everybody in here has made a misstatement on a text or been taken out of text on emails. I mean, it can happen. The straightest, most honest person on here can be targeted. We've seen it all over. We see it on the media all the time. Somebody gets attacked based on you disagree with their political position, and nothing more than that. Has nothing to do with the person on all sides of the fence. I don't want to see us go there, and I don't want to see the fear of making a mistake being the overriding objective that we use when creating solutions. So the objective we should have should be to move forward without fear and still make sure that people have faith in our judgment, in our character, and the people on this board have a lot of integrity. I've known them for a while. Like I said, we all have flaws, every one of us. But all in all, I disagree, as you know, with many, if not most of them, on many, if not most issues. But I constantly try to remind people, and I'll remind the membership, I'm going to disagree with a lot of things that a lot of members have, especially tonight. There are some issues tonight with I know a lot of them are going to be thoroughly ticked off my position on. That's fine. Hate my position, don't hate me. And I'll do the same.
Thank you, Ray.
I'm not done yet.
Oh, okay.
Erwin brought up the story of Caesar's wife. So I guess I can throw in an anecdotal story. This week, any of you football fans know I'm a Jet fan. And Darrell Rivas, who has never had any problems, he's up in Pittsburgh, and it's getting late at night. There's a lot of drinking and dancing and carousing going on, and everybody knows that, you know, you go under cover of the night, it gets later, more drinks and crime and things are going to happen. And somebody continues to relentlessly harass him, and he turns around and he just punches the guy silly and knocks him out, and now we got all kinds of charges, counter charges, things. You know, is this guy a bad guy? In the chat room, you meet all kinds of people. They come from all walks of life. And one of the comments came in that this guy is sitting there at 2 o'clock in the morning harassing this professional football player who's in perfect shape and endlessly. Anybody knows if you keep doing that, eventually you're going to take the 10s. And I had never heard the expression, but it's obvious what he means. You got your 10 fingers and they close up and you're going to take the 10s. And it got me to thinking about the concept of 10 fingers. 9 board members and Kate, let's call it. When my palms are open, my fingers are out. I'm inviting a lot of comments. I'm inviting a lot of things in. I'm offering things out. This should be done. We should be more open to that, to all 10 people, among ourselves and to the public. But to be effective at the end of the day, once we have all the discussions, once we make the decision, it's time for us to close the fist and be a unit of 10. We have 4 new board members out here. I don't know who they'll be. We have 5 existing members, and Kate will still be around at the table today. And several of them know that I'm constantly in disagreement with their way of thinking. Sometimes not. The members should know the same thing. But it's not personal. So if somebody acts in a really crazy way sometime, once in a while, trying to be aggressive, it's okay. I'll forgive you, as long as it's not a consistent, everyday thing. Somebody makes a mistake, clearly anything involving Lake Ann going forward, I'm sure Eve will want to recuse herself and will insist upon it. That'll be taken care of. But we need to have the ability as 10 people, 9 plus Kate, to create the 10s. So if the county is an objection to something we want to do with development or whatever the situation, open spaces, it's like with the Northwest Mutual trying to fight us on open spaces. How did we beat it? The community, 1,000 people plus rallying, even though they had no legal authority, beat it because we joined forces. And at the end of the day, Northwest Mutual took the 10s. So that's all I have to say. We got 4 new people coming in. We're going to disagree a lot, but you're not going to hurt somebody if you have separate fingers trying to go at somebody 10 separate ways. And
For that.
I hope we all agree on that, and I hope we can move forward that way. And given Ken saying that the members are responsible for any removal here, I don't know that there's any vote on anything anyway that we can do. Is there?
There is, in order to be fair to the complainant, because without an adverse decision, he can't go down to Richmond. So my suggestion, if the board is amenable to it, would be to have a motion to deny the request. And then he can then take that down to Richmond if he so chooses for the ombudsman's office. Without that, we've been in those situations before, and the ombudsman says there's not an adverse decision that's been made by the board. So in order for him to proceed with this subsequently, there has to be some sort of action taken by the board.
So do we have a member that's prepared to make that motion?
Could you
Yeah.
state what the motion would be?
Motion is proposed by.
To deny the request of
Deny the request.
the complainant.
So that he can take it to Richmond.
By denying the request, we mean what? That we don't agree with them?
We don't
No.
agree with Ed's request.
All you're doing is saying that under the circumstances, as we discussed earlier in the evening, that this is not something the board has the authority to deal with. So therefore, you're denying the request.
We're denying it because we have no jurisdiction in this matter, as I understand it. This is any
And-
removal of a board member would have to be by the community itself.
Correct.
So it would be
By the members.
by the members of our community. Just like they vote us in, they would vote us out.
Correct.
Am I
And
correct?
what's the process from there?
From,
From there, we say, okay, I'll let the community, if they feel like going to Richmond with it, go to Richmond.
well,
Then what do they do?
Then he goes
the
to Richmond.
complainant goes to Richmond, and then he has a hearing before, or a time with the ombudsman, and the ombudsman can make the decision as to whether there's any basis for the claim.
And then what happens? We have to go to a vote of membership?
Well, the complaint
then-
is separate and distinct.
The,
Oh, No, the answer is no, that there's no vote of the membership unless the membership decides to take that action.
But so, one way or the other, we go through all this. There's not going to be a removal of a board member.
At
Correct.
this point, correct.
But if Ed goes to Richmond,
Then the ombudsman, who is an individual, a very credible and worthy individual down there, will review the complaint, review the law, and make a decision on that.
so he makes the decision.
She,
Okay, but that's the person who does it.
right.
At that point, all of
As
us
to
are
whether
out.
there's a valid complaint or not.
We're all out of it, everybody.
If it's a valid
Correct.
complaint then,
Right,
but we as a board are not involved in that
correct,
due process.
correct. They may ask, it depends, it's handled differently dependent upon the case and whether there is information that is requested of the association to provide, but ultimately, it's her decision to make, the ombudsperson.
On the opposite hand, so that would be if we denied his request. Is there a vote that would say we support his request?
It's an open complaint
But I don't see
still
how,
to be
because
dealt with.
we don't have the
So
jurisdiction.
then what does
right?
that mean? It's open
It
complaint?
just,
Just sits there?
yeah, and there's no action taken on it.
Let me just go around the board. I see Jeff wanting to.
Well, that was the question I was going to ask. What's
So the only action that can be taken is to deny, and then that would allow for further,
Technically, the board can make any decision it wants. Alternatively, this complaint process was designed for the purposes of getting it before the board, and then if adverse decision was made by the board, being able to take that down to Richmond for the purposes of having the ombudsman deal with it.
So the opposite of adverse is we accept the complaint and it just sits there?
You know, you wouldn't,
I mean, what is that opposite of adverse? We don't take an adverse action,
you
we're
know, you would
taking,
take no action on the complaint,
and then it just sits.
which then technically could get you into trouble as well.
Oh, good. As a
Because-
board?
Because if you're not taking any action, then it looks like you're sitting on it with a reason or a purpose. And that then can be complained of by the complainant to the ombudsman, who would then say, well, this is not supposed to happen, you're supposed to deal with these, and you need to make a decision. So my suggestion is make a decision.
And it sounds like
Well,
your
that's-
suggestion is to deny.
Then it can go to.
That's not my decision to make.
But it's a
up to
flawed, it's a
your-
flawed thing, you only have one decision to make.
This is, this process, well, you either accept the complaint or you deny the complaint. And I've indicated to you the reasons why there's not a basis for the board to be put into this position. So therefore, the only other thing that you can do under the circumstances is to deny the complaint and let it be taken to Richmond.
So do I have a motion to that effect? To deny the complaint?
Yeah, I'll move to deny the variance.
Do I have a
I'll
second?
second it.
Any further discussion on the item?
I have discussion.
Lucinda?
I think that we also have the option to grant the complaint and ask for the removal of the offending board member. And
Yep.
I'm really surprised that we were not advised of that.
But
That's an option. And that's what the,
as I said earlier, you can make any decision you want.
Okay,
The
so-
go ahead.
my understanding is that when you fill out the conflict of interest form and you check the box that says that you understand that if you fill it out incorrectly, you resign from the board. And that's what Ed's complaint, Mr. Abbott's complaint here says, is that the form was filled out incorrectly and all of the conflicts of interest were not disclosed. And when conflicts of interest are not disclosed, the board member is asked to resign. So when I look at the complaint, it sounds like it meets the criteria that we're asked to decide whether it meets. And in that case, I want to share with my board members that we could grant the complaint and ask that we follow through on our policies.
So that was moved by Jeff, seconded by Julie. Heard some discussion from Lucinda. Any further discussion on the motion?
Yeah, and just on the substance of the matter, I think it's a shame we're spending this much time on it. You know, I think the idea of the disclosure and ensuring that we have proper disclosures filled out is valid. We should. I don't think in this instance there were any secrets being held from the public or the board. On a number of occasions, and we can go back and look at the tape, Eve has talked about her interest in the coffee house and where her business is. So this isn't like something she's hiding in a dark secret somewhere. These things are widely known in the public about her interests. And also, you know, the fact, you know, she's the representative from Lake Ann. You know, we have...
No, she's not.
Oh,
She's
yeah,
the
sorry.
applicant.
Previously had been.
Previously.
No.
But, you know, we have, you know, and Ray, I'm going to take a little issue with something that you mentioned. You know, we have serious issues going on in Reston, especially with our village centers. You know, we have Tall Oaks, which has been a disaster for a long time. Lake Ann is struggling right now. And we had a group of people from the Lake Ann community get together and say, how can we make it better? And they came to the board and said, hey, we have some ideas. And we shouldn't be pushing down and telling people we're not interested in hearing your ideas about how to make our community better. We should be encouraging people to come out, say, hey, we have an idea about how to make our community better. And we should be open to those conversations and encourage them and have them and facilitate them. We may not always agree with the outcome, but we should be encouraging conversations in our community about how to make it better. And I think the Lake Ann community in particular is, there are opportunities that we need to be looking at for the broader community. You know, I'm an at-large member, so I have an interest in Lake Ann. I have an interest in Tall Oaks and in Hunters Woods. I have an interest in all of our communities. So we need to be sure that we're encouraging and fostering a dialogue amongst our community, and when people have good ideas, they should bring them forth. And we should encourage it and not discourage.
Absolutely. Hear, hear.
I have one more comment. I want
Sharon?
to echo what Lucinda said. You know, I'm looking at this statement, and I know when I sign a statement, we all sign statements, legal documents all the time, where it says this information is true and accurate. And basically, if I falsify, I should resign. And pursuant to the deed and stuff, but that's the fundamental piece. Even if there was no malice intent, this wasn't a one-time thing. This had gone on. This is 2 years now. If there's no teeth here, if we can say, oh, sorry, I didn't do it correctly. If there's no teeth here, not just the vote, I mean just as a board, our reputation amongst the community, then what's the point of signing it? We can just fill it out however we want, and what's the point? I'm asking council, what's the point? I'm saying this is a true and accurate statement as of this date. And I say, oh, sorry about that one and that one, I missed that. What's the point? Where's the teeth? Is there teeth? Or maybe we don't need teeth. I bet the community would like to see some teeth.
There's teeth. There's teeth. It's removal by the members. That's the teeth. Ultimately, that's the decision that the code says is what has to happen. There's resignation by the individual, but that has to be voluntary. It's not something that can be forced by the board per se. Those things are in the deed and in the articles and in the bylaws for the purpose of indicating causes, removal with cause, if you will. So the reality is, the code says the only people that can remove a sitting board of directors are the same people that elected them.
Okay.
And this board has no authority to remove another board member. It's just not the way the corporate law works.
I'm just concerned that whether it's me, Ray, Lucinda, anybody, when one person, so when people are talking in the community, it's like the board didn't do their conflict of interest right. The board didn't do this. And I don't like to be lumped into that when I actually did mine right. I don't have anything to say. I have one property here, but you know, it just bothers me when you're lumped into something that's No, I don't think it's intentional, but it's the appearance of, it's back to Caesar's wife. We're all lumped into that now, and that just, it bothers me. It just bothers me.
Okay, we've got a motion on the table. It's been seconded. Any further discussion on the motion?
How about we restate the motion just because?
I'll have our counsel state the motion.
Not me.
Deferring to me. It's simply move to deny the request of the complainant.
You prepared to vote? All in favor?
I want to make a comment first.
The questions,
We've got the question on the table.
I don't even know what I'm denying. I don't really get it. I don't get it, what I'm doing.
So we've got, let me call the vote again. All in favor? Julie?
Danielle,
Danielle?
has
she's
dropped off.
already dropped.
Can you tell me how you two are voting?
I'm going to recuse.
Okay.
I'm in favor.
Okay.
Opposed? Two opposed,
No, I'm abstaining for now.
two abstaining.
Doesn't pass.
no,
One abstain, because
Got two abstaining.
two abstaining,
Two abstained,
so it fails.
three in favor.
So it stays.
so it stays.
So it's
It just,
denied.
you
We
haven't made a
got three in
decision.
Not
favor.
denied.
Ed has
Move on
no
to the next.
recourse.
Right,
So,
Is that what you just said? It is not denied. It is not denied.
correct,
The motion failed.
correct.
We need 50% to pass, correct?
Including abstentions.
Including abstentions?
All board members present. Okay.
Okay, next.
We'll move on to item C. The approval of February 23rd regular meeting agenda. So do I get a motion to approve the February 23rd meeting agenda as presented?
As
As
amended.
previously amended.
As
Previously amended. Thank you for the correction, Counsel.
I'd like to make a motion.
We've got a motion on the table.
Okay.
Let's take care of
I'm
that
not
one, and
sure
we'll
who
come back.
made the motion and who seconded.
Did anybody make a motion?
I'm asking for a motion.
I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to move that the board accept Ed's complaint and request that Eve follow what she said she would do on her conflict of interest statement and resign from the board. Does anybody want to second my motion?
I'll second it for discussion.
Any further discussion on the motion?
This is nothing personal, but I feel like this has been brought up repeatedly, and if we don't follow what we say we're going to do in writing on our policy documents that we sign, then what good is our word? I mean, how can the public believe in us? And it's not just one board member, it's all of us, because it's also our responsibility as a board to police ourselves. And we might not have the legal right to force a board member to resign, but we do have a right to police ourselves. It's our responsibility as board members. We were elected by people to represent them, and part of our responsibility is to police ourselves. And we can ask and request that our fellow board member do the right thing.
Any further discussion?
Listen, I'll just make, again, I think the,
There's discussion.
I haven't heard somebody make a motion yet.
I made a motion.
that we accept the,
Was there a second?
Yes.
we're discussing. Listen, I appreciate what you're saying, and I might even be persuaded if Eve's interests in the Lake Ann area were not previously publicly disclosed on several other occasions, I might be persuaded, but that not filling out the paperwork properly is one thing. Not disclosing at all is something as well. That there were numerous public disclosures about her interests in the Lake Ann area. I mean, these are not secrets. So that's kind of my rationale, saying, her interests were already known and previously publicly talked about and discussed, so I'm not.
That's a big assumption,
doesn't
though, that
concern-
everybody knows what everybody else's business is, don't you? It's an assumption. It's not just us, it's everybody.
Public disclosures here in this forum. So, again, that's my thinking anyway.
It's not hard just to say, I have a conflict with this issue. Here it is. I want to disclose this. Here it is. It's easy to say.
Should have been, would have been
10
better.
seconds.
Would have been better.
So I've got Jeff, I got Julie, and then Lucinda. Julie?
I can't support Lucinda's motion because I have already indicated my interest in denying the complaint so that it could follow and get due process in a ombudsman and a more impartial process that exists in our state to address these issues. I think most of us, I believe all of us, take the conflict of interest requirement seriously. I don't, as Ray said, we all live in glass houses. And while some may not have known of Eve's interest and involvement over the years, many of us who have been on the board for a couple years did. I'm not trying to make excuses, but when I weigh this as to how the complainant can get the most bang for his buck, if you will, is to be denied the complaint and allow him to go forward so that the process can occur. I am quite concerned that if we are going to hang our hat on one particular document, one particular statement that says, we are, all aware. We are all volunteers, Lucinda, and we are trying our best. And we all make mistakes. And I think that there's lessons to be learned here that we all can benefit from. But I can't support your motion. Anyways.
Lucinda? And anybody else? Any other comments?
At that meeting where we had that presentation about the Lake Ann dock, on the agenda, there were 3 speakers, and they were all listed as people from Fairfax County. The first speaker, who was a gentleman who worked for Fairfax County, was not the person who was on the agenda. It was Eve's husband and the president of LARPA. That is something that should have been disclosed. That, to me, is a blatant non-disclosure. And so when people are saying, oh, it was just a mistake on a form, and, it was just that or just this, I mean, you have somebody come up with a false name and false title, saying that they're from the county, and then continue to give a presentation that is in their interest and not disclose who they are or how they're related to the board.
I believe it was made known why why your husband was stepping in for the county. I recollect that somebody was unable to make the meeting and that there was a replacement. That's my recollection.
Maybe somebody told you on one-on-one or something. Nobody told me. And so also, my second point is that this is not personal. It truly is not. I feel like it's so important for us to follow our policies and continue to follow through with our statements and our responsibility as board members. And when you look at the documents, they clearly state what's supposed to happen. And I don't understand how we could read the documents and then not follow them.
Any further discussion? Right?
Yeah. I'm a flawed individual. I'll admit that. Probably every day of the week I do something that at night I say, damn, I wish I didn't do that. But That's how it goes. That's how you move forward. That's how you learn things. I probably disagree more on this board with Eve than anybody else. That's okay. I could benefit by saying get her off the board and put somebody on there that's more to my liking in terms of the issues and pushing things I want pushed forward, push forward. That'd be easy to do. And it's easy to jump on things. It's easy to pile on the bandwagon. But I'm not omnipotent. And I know that I'm out there. I write a lot of things on my own opinion. I state things on my own opinion. It would be very easy for somebody who's shrewd to take something out of context that either you say or do. They do it all the time. Watch any of the TV shows, read any of the newspapers. They do it all the time. And somebody out there who doesn't like a position of mine or yours or somebody else's, what's to stop them from doing it in the future too? So if we take this action and say goodbye Eve and play like we are this omnipotent group that we would never think of even doing such a thing, clearly the thing is wrong. Clearly she should be recused on all Lake-on things going forward. Maybe she doesn't want to admit it to the degree that we see it. Everybody sees things differently. I see it as major infractions. But the repercussions of firing somebody and kicking them off the board and how that would open things up for a lot of other people, and like I said earlier, create a defensive mentality among all of us to where we'll never get anything done because everybody's afraid to make a mistake. And for that reason, as much as I don't like what she did, fine, that's cool. I mean, she doesn't like a lot of things I've done in my past, I assure you that. I've got to vote on a pardon here.
Any other discussion on this? I'm going to use the chair's prerogative to make some comments as well. I've known Eve for at least 7 or 8 years. I absolutely encouraged her to run in the Lake Ann position and then at large as she has, because she has a passionate interest in improving Reston. You know, that's what we want. We want members not only to show up, to make a commitment and work hard to improve the community. And so if she's done anything wrong, she's committed her heart and soul to improving Lake Ann. And I would challenge anybody in this community to do likewise. Did she not disclose? Not clearly enough, certainly. But that is clearly, in my view, not the basis for removing somebody as a director. So we have a motion on the table from Lucinda. It was seconded by Sherry. Lucinda, I'd like to call the question. All in favor of Lucinda's motion?
Which was, tell me again.
We grant Mr. Abbott's complaint and request that the board member follow through
I don't
and
think
resign.
can you do that?
You can request.
Board can do anything.
Call the vote.
So all in favor? Opposed? Abstentions?
Abstain.
He was abstained.
Abstention? Motion fails.
Well, yeah. Motion fails. Okay.
Motion fails?
Mhm.
Okay. Now can I have a motion to approve the modified agenda for February 23rd?
Move to accept the agenda for 23rd.
Do I have a second? Sherry seconds. All in favor?
And I discuss for a moment.
Discussion? Absolutely.
I'm really sorry, guys. We are at 8:10. I'm looking at this agenda.
Good point.
And assuming that we are at least, because at 7:10 approximately, I was to be speaking. So we're at least an hour behind. And I'm looking at this agenda, and God knows, I really want to hear from PrAC and EAC, but I'm looking at the agenda, and the only things that I can see that we could possibly push to the next month are those two things. Otherwise, those people are going to be speaking somewhere about 10:10 and 10:25, and near as I can tell, we're looking at a 11:30 or midnight board meeting close. So I would like us to consider whether or not there's something we could remove from this agenda. I'm sorry, Mike. But when I looked at this, those were the things that I saw that might be able to be deferred to the next month. But I would,
Yeah, we could.
The PrAC and the EAC items?
right,
I'd be up for that.
What about
could I do a
M?
friendly amendment?
What about M?
How
I'll
about
accept that
item
amendment.
M,
Oh.
in terms of discussion? And
Oh,
the
yes.
point is, are there other items that we might defer? Let me ask
I don't know that we can
Kate,
defer M,
if
because
the
that's a schedule.
raises an
Okay.
issue.
It's entirely up to you. I would like to see if we can't get the budget schedule
Yes.
started. You really don't kind of initiate anything serious until really the May timeframe, but to adopt it and get
Okay.
it published and would be good, but it is entirely up to you. Can be deferred as well.
It could be
I
deferred.
would prefer it not, but it's up to the board.
That wasn't my
It's entirely
suggestion.
up
My
to the
suggestion
board.
was only the PrAC work plan and the lighting recommendations.
Well, what I'd like to, with regards to the PrAC, I just don't want to cause hardship of,
I think we can progress with what we're doing between now and then, and it doesn't affect the budget. So I'm comfortable with pushing that.
okay.
Thank you.
And we have somebody from EAC here as well, Sue Beffel, is she here?
Irwin.
Irwin?
She would come later, but I can call her and tell her not.
Okay.
Okay, because I don't want to cause hardship on our members, the chairs of the committees.
Tell her we appreciate being able to get home before midnight.
Any other items on the agenda that we might consider deferring?
I think we can keep the budget thing on, because we're just talking schedule.
Right.
That should be relatively short, because that's,
Okay, so we're talking about removing J and K.
I also think that they deserve to have ample time to present.
Yep.
And I think that we have a full plate.
Thank you for raising that, Julie. So, with those modifications to the agenda, can we call the vote to approve the modified agenda? All in favor? Any opposed? The motion carries.
thank you to our advisory committees, especially.
So next item on the agenda is, follow my notes so I don't get screwed
What's that
up
calendar?
here.
So I can call Sue?
Yes, please do.
Thank you, Erwin.
So the adoption of the consent calendar, item D. So I'll take a motion to adopt the consent calendar as written, including the two following items: the board minutes of December 7th and the Reston Masters Swim Team Lake Use requests. Do I have a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Jeff moves to approve. You got a second?
Second.
Sherry, second. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous. We're just moving right along here. Item E, reconsideration of the Lake Newport soccer proposal. So over the last couple of weeks, the board and staff have received many comments from members regarding the proposal to enhance the Lake Newport soccer fields. The board greatly values the interest this proposal has received. And again, I want to really thank the proponents of this for bringing this possibility forward. Director Bitzer has some thoughts on how best the association can move forward with the proposal. So Julie, I turn the floor over to you.
Question, would it be better if I stood?
Yes.
By
I
all
thought
means.
so. Can you still
Do you need a
talk to me?
box, Julie?
A
to-
box?
So you can
Hold your
stand
mic.
higher?
You gotta
No?
hold your mic.
Thank you, but no.
No, okay.
So, yes, I thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. And in full disclosure, I want to tell you all that. I am one of the board liaisons to PRAC, to the Parks and Recreation. I am the board liaison to DRB. I am on the Lake House Task Force, and also participate in the Public Art for Reston. So, just want to make sure everyone knew that. And I think words matter, and the word reconsideration I thought was an interesting choice of something to put on this agenda, because I don't know that we're reconsidering it when we haven't truly begun to consider it. We're really at the very beginning of this process. So part of the reason I asked to speak was having gone to the February 8th community meeting, having been at the previous meeting where we got some counsel from some of the advisory committees about some of the things that were raised by Reston Soccer about their proposal. I thought that it was important to note that we are very much at the beginning of any process. One of the things that we looked at in PRAC, and it started with doing our George Mason study where we got some feedback about some of the amenities last year. But that only took us so far. And what came through to us was that with the changing demographics and the number of apartments and condos that were being developed as opposed to single family, that perhaps when we looked at the next 5 to 10 years, the amenities and facilities that we needed to serve our community might differ. So, lemonade out of lemons, Reston Soccer brought forth something that started a conversation, a bigger conversation among the community. The Newport soccer fields are not on our replace, reserve study, etc., until 2022, 2026. I believe we're in year 2017. So that gives us a fair amount of time to really study what should be done at that particular location or any of our locations. When we looked at our budget for 2017 and the assessments that we were trying to figure out what should they be for 2017, the topic came up. Should we close a pool? Should we repurpose a tot lot? Should we change something else? And that then caused us to look at, which you'll hear about in March, the PRAC work plan for 2017 and the CEO's goals for 2017. And I want to read those. I'm sorry, I'm going to take a little bit more time for you, but the CEO's goals for 2017 included by Q4 of 2017, working with the Parks and Recreation Committee and our strategic partners, whether they be Fairfax County, RCC, public, private entities, look at a 5-year strategic plan to look at our future amenities and facilities to serve our members. A second part of that was to inform and engage our diverse community to do that outreach so that we can get input back. Furthermore, in our Parks and Recreations Committee's work plan for 2017, we included with the completion date of February 2018 to gather data on the levels of utilization of RA programs and facilities in order to identify gaps and potential opportunities for the reimagination of programs and/or facilities. Their initiative number 2, again the PRAC, with the completion date sometime this summer, was to develop a strategy for conducting broad community outreach on our programs, services, and facilities with input from another one of our community engagement advisory committee. Because one of the things that was clearly brought out, both in the February 8th meeting and then also in governance meeting just the other week, was that our communications out to the community of some of the changes is not perfect. We have a lot of work to do to make sure that we get the message out, whether it be social media, email, US mail, whatever, and that's not just the person who lives on a facility back door, but the broader facility, because we know that people don't just want to use a facility, they may drive to use a facility, or preferably bike to use a facility. So we need to do better on that, and again, lemonade out of lemons. We're finding holes in our processes and procedures. One of the things that we're using in 2017 as call it kind of a pilot, but a way to test out and see what we can do better is Hook Road facility. That's due for some relook about how it serves the community. And we're going to use that as a way to, as a model to see what might we do and how might we do something better. It feeds into our capital projects planning process. And when you look at that process, which we put in place in midsummer, and for which we have, Kate's hired a director to help us on those projects, capital projects planning process. The very first thing in that process is community engagement, community input. In my mind, where we are on the soccer fields and anybody's idea of what to do on there is very much at the beginning. To me, to think the horse is out of the barn, or we put the cart before the horse, I think is jumping to a conclusion that we're not there yet. And I think our actions in the work plan and the CEO goals show that. I know lighting was a particular interest that came out of the February 8th meeting. Unfortunately, I also suggested that the lighting plan, which EAC and Sue Bethel were going to present tonight, be moved to the March meeting. But they are studying in the Environmental Advisory Committee lights and what would be the best lights. And there's people on that committee who know that topic well. The Parks and Recreation Committee is looking for more people to participate in that committee. We're down some members that we'd like to re-up the membership of. When I went looking on the website earlier today, or maybe it was yesterday, to find out what information was out there on the Newport Soccer and whatever, and there was a part in the, I wrote this to Kate today, to say, it says, how do I get involved? How do I participate in this? And it's not just in public meetings on development, but it's also to participate in our advisory committees, to participate in working groups, to task forces. I know, Ray, you've been a big proponent of let's have more adjunct task force where we can really hit upon a topic and address that. And I think that's a great piece of information. We also passed in the last year a request for on Design Review Board that in development activities that the community be given, I think it was a 21-day notification of presentations and information that's coming before them. Danielle LaRosa, the North Point director, and I've talked about should that not be also appropriate in some of our other communications to our community on major activities. So I'd like to bring that idea to your attention. Sorry, I thought I'd have time to create a prepared statement and submit it, but work kind of stood in my way.
We can take your handwritten notes.
I'll try to make them nicer. And I guess finally the thing is, I want to say is, I don't want to see the tail wagging the dog. It's our land, it's our community's land. Everyone who's a member of Reston Association, it's your facility, it's our land, and we all should have input into what happens to our facilities. So that's what I have to say. And I thank you for humoring me. Now, to my other board directors, there's two things that I would ask, and I don't know if they're appropriate as motions or exactly how to do it, but in October 27th meeting, we asked Kate to do certain things in gathering information, and we put forth a timeline for her that I think that many of our actions have superseded that, and we should remove that request of her. And my second request of the board is that we look into what might be a way to improve our communications and a timeline to our people of notification. So those are my two things. Now I'm going to sit down and you won't be able to see me on this half of the room. That half can see me. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that. Thank you for that, Julie. Do we need to take an action on the timeline, or can we do that without objection?
I thought there were supposed to be member comments.
Yeah,
first.
I did too.
Member
We'll
comments
take
next.
your suggestion after member comments. Certainly, we can do that. Before I get to member comments, and again, I would urge you to, let's stick to the 3-minute limit. I'll have Sabrina time you. If you represent an organization, 5 minutes. But before we get to that, as you're well aware, the Reston Association has contracted with Stone Turn to do the review of the Tetra purchase and refurbishment. The review will be complete by February 28th. It'll be submitted to the board. It'll be released to the Tetra Review Committee at the same time. The board established a review committee that included the governance committee plus 3 other members. So on the 28th, and I was assured by the consultant before midnight on the 28th, and they wanted till at least midnight in the event that there was more to come. Once all members of the board have received the report, it'll be made publicly as presented to us on the association website, and the consultant will provide a hard copy that can also be viewed at the Reston Association. Let me leave it at that. Eric Carr, who has been my counterpart as a point of contact with the Stone Turn consultant, is approved by the board. He and I have worked very, very closely together. We're frankly very pleased with the progress that they've made. It's been a pleasure working with Eric on this. So let me turn it over now to member comments. If you come up, give your name, address, and 3 minutes. First I've got on the list is Cindy Ross, speaking on behalf of the Fairway Cluster.
Yes, I'm Cindy Ross. I live at 1801 North Shore Court.
If you could speak into the microphone, because we've got people
Do that.
watching you on video.
Hello, is that better?
That's much better, thank you.
I still live at 1801 North Shore Court. I've lived in Reston for about 24 years, I think. Not at that address, but anyway. And we have an issue, actually Joan is president of our HOA at Fairway Cluster, and she's going to present tonight. I have some handouts I would like to
Excellent.
be part of these ones. And there's one for each here.
Did we get 5?
I'll start. My name is Joan Fletcher. My address is 1801 North Shore Court in Reston. And it came to our attention just recently that Fairfax County Department of Transportation is putting in a sidewalk on our side of the street. And in order for them to do that, they're going to have to remove 7 oak trees that are 50 years old and are enormous and are gorgeous on the side of North Shore Drive. And we have gotten different information about it. Even we're able to talk to the surveyors out there. Some of the things that we have learned is the most expensive part of the entire sidewalk project is removing these gorgeous trees. The other problem that we have is not just the trees coming down, but our houses are very, very close, right up to the edge of the road, of North Shore Drive. And as they remove these trees, there are sections where they're also going to remove the hedge that we have that's about 8 feet tall. In my situation, my house is the closest one to the street. My house will be directly on the street next to a very, very loud and active bus stop. There will be nothing left between my house, my car, my front door, and the bus stop. We keep hearing that the project is well on its way, but it's not 100% decided. We feel that the cost of the trees, also removing the beautiful frontage, is a big disappointment to us, and it's going to impact all of our home values. And we are concerned about that. Also, we believe that the removal of these trees is contrary to what Reston is about. I moved to Reston 7 years ago, and I moved specifically due to the trees and the trails. And if I had any idea that this would happen in Reston, that there wouldn't be a fight over these beautiful trees taken down, I would have picked a different place to live. We have a proposed alternative, and that is directly across from us, the other side of the street, is where the Lynx drives are and everything. Those homes are positioned at least twice the distance, and in some cases 3 times the distance from the road. There also are no large mature trees at all. This sidewalk on North Shore Drive, if you follow it, it's very haphazard. It's on one side, and then there's a crosswalk, and then there's another side, and then there's a crosswalk. It goes back and forth, back and forth. And we are proposing the idea that if they would move the sidewalk to the other side of the road, at least for this distance, they would connect with the sidewalk that's already there, and it would save them tens of thousands of dollars for the entire project. And we're really asking that the board will take a position on this. Whether you're able to help us or do anything, we would greatly appreciate it, and we believe that it's something that impacts much more than just our community.
No. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next on the list is Mary Brett.
Good evening. I find it somewhat of an oxymoron when I came in and saw a piece of paper announcing the budget and asking for more expenditure ideas. And that's kind of why we're here today, because RA is overstepping its bounds by leaps and bounds. I'm here about the Reston Soccer Association proposal to demolish Lake Newport Fields. I think the fact that you use the word enhancement every time you talk about Lake Newport Fields and Reston Soccer Association Inc.'s plan to demolish them and replace them with artificial turf and Yankee Stadium-like lights, we're quite offended as homeowners in Reston to hear you use the word enhancement, because that intuits that you've already come to an conclusion that this is a good thing. So I think you need to take the word enhancement out of all your publications so that it doesn't appear that you're one-sided on this. Basically, I'd ask that you stop spending members' money on RSA Inc.'s Lake Newport Field demolition project in toto right now. I've heard that your CEO is hiring people left and right for all your pet projects, and this is one where RSA Inc. isn't a member of Reston Association, and neither is it a property owner in Reston. It lacks standing to even bring a proposal. The proposal violates the association's fundamental covenants of keeping Reston green and ensuring that common green space is open exclusively to all members, of which Reston Soccer Association Inc. is not. There's a strong pattern of RA's CEO and the RA board overstepping their roles for all these pet projects we've been hearing about, and thereby breaching their fiduciary duty to all members. An affected party is really a misnomer because Reston Soccer Association, Inc. isn't a property owner. The definition of affected party on my deed states that it shall mean and refer to any owner of property, and it goes on, impacted by the use or design of another property owner. This is not property owned by Reston Soccer, Inc. It's owned by RA, and it's to be administered under RA's covenants. RSA Inc. was registered with the Virginia State Corporation Commission in 1977 to provide recreational soccer for children. It also filed with the IRS and was granted nonprofit status. It currently violates the scope of its charter and nonprofit status by providing select, elite, and now professional soccer, inviting the Washington Spirit Women's developmental team to adults and children, and makes the recreational players' parents pay for it. Reston Soccer Association, Inc. is not a member, it doesn't own property, and even if it were a member, capital projects are to be reviewed by residents and RA advisory committees before, and I emphasize before, RA staff proceeds. But RA's CEO and board of directors appear to have violated their own process. On their website, they state capital projects often involve input from various RA committees and the residents before the board hears. And Covenant 10 and Covenant 16 about prohibit modifying green space and from utilizing common areas for one member's exclusive benefit. They're not a member.
Maybe, in interest of time, you're representing an individual, not a group, is that correct?
That's correct. I'll sit down.
Thank you. We've got your report. Appreciate it. Thank you. Roe Buchanan, representing the Arbor Glen cluster. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm Dr. Roe Buchanan. I'm the current president of the Arbor Glen cluster, and along with my wife, we're the last of the original 1987 owners in Arbor Glen cluster. Arbor Glen borders the soccer field on its north side. And in the last 2 weeks since we first found out about the RSA proposal, I've been going around talking to my neighbors. And when I tell them what's proposed, the reaction, to my amazement, is always the same. They literally recoil, they step back, and then they say something like, they, I don't know who the they is, but they can't do that. Why this instinctive recoiling from this proposal? When I looked at the video of your October board meeting, it struck me that there seemed to be among several members a feeling of unease, misgivings, the sense that something was just not right here. Where does that feeling come from? Yes, there are plenty of specific things about this proposal you could point to and say, well, that's a terrible idea. Lighting the fields will inevitably light up a large chunk of North Reston at night. You know, when I walk into my living room where I have recessed lights installed, they're directly overhead, pointing directly down, and they are, as the name implies, recessed 6 to 8 inches into the ceiling itself. And then I have LED directional bulbs screwed in, which can only project light in one direction. And it's true that there is an intense cone of light that shines directly beneath them, but it illuminates my entire living room. You see, and you don't really have to be a lighting specialist to understand what these field lights will do. But that's not really, it's not just that, or it's not just the increased runoff that will wreak havoc on the stream bed that ultimately feeds into Chesapeake Bay, which is clinging desperately to life. My wife is very concerned about that, but it's deeper than that. And I think really you have to look at the way Ms. Bitzer earlier, the way all of us, we refer to the fields and forests and streams and lakes of Reston. We say, well, it's our common property. We're co-owners. We all use this as shorthand. But there's a deeper and more profound sense in which we're not owners. We're trustees. It is our privilege and our moral obligation to preserve and protect and pass on these wonderful places for generations not yet born. And that's why people recoil instinctively from this proposal. Because they understand that to take the infinite number of possible future uses by an infinite number of possible users, and to treat our obligation to those future users as if these soccer fields were just the title deeds to Baltic Avenue in some enormous Monopoly game, and we were just flipping the card over to RSA. To do that would be a betrayal of our obligation as trustees.
Ro, thank you very much. Do you have notes that...
I do.
Yeah, that you would like to leave with
I
the
do.
secretary, and we can
I
put them part of the...
I almost finished. I got about 4 sentences. But
Well, thank you very much for sharing your thoughts.
Thank you.
So we've got Leanne Jackson. Leanne Jackson.
Good evening. My name is Leanne Jackson, and I am a homeowner residing at 11759 Bayfield Court in Reston, Virginia. I have lived in Bayfield Station for the past 20 years. In Bayfield Station abuts the Lake Newport soccer field. In their proposal, Reston Soccer Association has stated that they want to convert both fields to synthetic turf, install LED field lights similar to what is used at stadiums, build a clubhouse with bathrooms, a concession stand, an office, meeting space, storage, and an observation deck, as well as erect a playground and a running track. I am opposed to this proposal for the following reasons. Number one, this entire proposal will adversely affect the peaceful lifestyle I have enjoyed for the past 20 years. Currently, the soccer field is used only during daylight hours. However, the installation of LED field lights will lengthen the number of hours that the field is utilized to include evening hours. These lights will be well above the tree line and will be viewed from a long distance. Also, the installation of synthetic turf will allow for essentially year-round usage. The increased usage of the soccer field will bring more people, players, family members, referees, and fans, increase the noise level during evening hours, and increase the traffic volume on surrounding roads. This is not what I or my neighbors consider a peaceful environment. Number two, I am concerned that this project will decrease the value of my home due to increased noise from the extended hours of play, the increase in the number of people coming to the soccer field area, and the increased traffic along Reston Parkway. Number three, Reston Soccer Association apparently has not performed an environmental assessment to determine how the regrading, synthetic turf, and permanent structures will affect the surrounding natural areas. There will be substantial runoff from the synthetic turf and permanent structures, which could increase erosion on adjacent lands and impact the aesthetics of the surrounding natural area. Reston prides itself on our natural areas and protection of the environment. This project is not in keeping with that philosophy, but will only diminish the natural beauty of the surrounding neighborhoods. This is an ill-conceived project that will benefit only a small group of people while adversely affecting surrounding homeowners. The soccer players go home at the end of their game, but the surrounding homeowners will be stuck looking at huge stadium lights, erosion of natural areas, and trash left behind from attendees. We, the affected homeowners, will lose valuable green space. I reiterate, I do not support this proposal. Reston Association should not allow Reston Soccer Association to move forward with this proposal. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before the Board of Directors.
Leanne, thank you very much. Got Ven Iyer. Ben Iyer.
Good evening. Ben Iyer, Reston Board at-large candidate. Address is 1531 Inlet Court. This is a different time at RA. Anything but normal. A nonprofit organization formed by the people, for the people, and in this case, run by some people, who operate outside the scope of its mission statement. A nonprofit has no business to make acquisitions of real estate at twice its county assessed value, make justifications based on projected revenue. Profit making is not in its DNA. Further, it was misleading to base appraisal on sale of restaurant sites when a restaurant would never have been approved there. RA staff estimating repairs rather than getting multiple professional estimates, which ended up costing almost twice, and sloppy rent back agreements that allowed former owners to walk away. We wouldn't do deals like this in our daily life with our money. And the referendum, rather than just present facts and let people decide, it provided justifications and opinions. I thought I was reading a real estate brochure. I don't think this would have narrowly passed our approval given what we know. Now we want to get to the bottom of this. And the board conveniently appoints a Tetra review committee to investigate a matter in which the board would be questioned. That's hardly an independent investigation. And it derails an effort by citizen subject matter experts for an investigation at a price of $1 and awards a $45,000 review. I say it should be a forensic analysis with raw findings reported, emails, budget decisions, and statements turned over to the public, not an edited document with a philosophical review of shoulda, coulda, woulda. We'll know more effectively on how independently the Tetra Review Committee used $45,000 of our money when the report is due at the end of this month. I hope the report is also available to the members of the community before the upcoming elections. I think they would want to know that. At the heels of the Tetra fiasco, entered the Lake Newport soccer proposal. A huge jump in logic when relating importance of soccer in today's youth and the need for a $2.4 million community money to be spent on a stadium with artificial turf, stadium lights, clubhouse, concession stands. A proposal from an organization with unprecedented access to the corporation. A proposal almost a DRB review and a fast-track to referendum. Why should we trust your ability to assess the proposal independently and fairly?
Mr. Iyer, if you could finish up.
Your ability to write objective referendums, your ability to estimate costs, levy financial obligations, draft legal agreements, why should we trust any of these? On the soccer proposals, some of you may be conflicted.
Mr. Iyer, we can take your notes and they'll be part of the record.
Now, I have nothing against soccer. I love soccer. I was an engineering college level goalkeeper. We all have some connection to soccer, whether we played ourselves, a family member, or a friend, or we simply love to watch the sport.
Mr. Iyer?
One way to resolve the conflict is for you to go home tonight, kiss your loved ones goodnight, and stare out from your backyard, take in the scenery. You may see a lake, 100-foot trees, or a grassy patch you throw a baseball to your loved ones.
Mr. Iyer, with respect
Ask
to our
yourself
members,
if you would be okay for the sanctity of the backyard to be changed with anything else than what you have there now. I hope you'll find the answer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Iyer, you can leave your notes and they'll be part of the record.
I can email.
Thank you. Susan Price? Susan Price? Lisa La Camara? Please, if you could stick to the 3 minutes, that would be helpful. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for allowing me to speak today and for your consideration of my comments. I've been a resident for 25 years and live in the Concord Green Association that abuts the Lake Newport property as well. And again, of course, was attracted by many of the amenities and the valuable green space that makes Reston a place like no other. I treasure our quality of life that allows us to live, work, and play amid beauty and nature. How fortunate are we? We are also very fortunate to benefit from your exemplary leadership, thoughtful approach when making these critical decisions regarding growth and development, and when ensuring this quality of life that we all enjoy. It's your continued commitment to innovative design, financial responsibility, environmental stewardship, and to your members that make our community so unique. It is because of this that I believe the Lake Newport proposal violates that commitment with the stadium lights glaring late into the night, increased congestion and noise year-round and close to the homes and well beyond the bedtimes of many of our children, and the potentially adverse environmental impact of degrading current natural fields to install synthetic turf, all within feet of our doors. This proposed commercial facility, operating late and year-round, will completely change our now peaceful neighborhoods. It will destroy the quality of life for thousands of children, families, and residents who live within feet of this small, natural common area. There is little to no buffer, and it seems that these major commercial properties, complexes of this sort, are normally built in larger industrial-type areas, deep amid hundreds of acres. Now, please imagine that you live here. Perhaps you may, right next to this field. Imagine coming home after a long day. You're exhausted, and you go out to relax on your deck in the peace and quiet of the evening, to see the glaring lights and to hear the constant noise well into the night. Now, I am a soccer fan, and I love watching the children playing during the day in summer while I walk the property and enjoy Lake Newport. It's just that we don't need front row box seats from our patios for every game, all day and night, all year long. I do understand Reston Soccer's desire for the year-round facility to better serve its approximately 80 adult players with the night games and to establish a home. But this is our home. It's where we live. Home to thousands whose lives will be adversely affected. Therefore, I respectfully ask you not to move forward on the proposed Lake Newport development. Please preserve this small natural area without changes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you again for your time and leadership to ensure and protect the quality of our residents.
Eric McLaren? Five minutes. You're representing Bayfield Station Cluster, is that correct?
And preserve Newport Fields. My name is Eric McErlane.
I live at 11754 Bayfield Court. My home is only about 50 feet from the Lake Newport soccer fields. While I'm president of the Bayfield Station Homeowners Association, I'm speaking to you tonight representing Preserve Newport Fields, a coalition of Reston residents opposed to the Reston Soccer Association Incorporated proposal and the destruction of the natural grass surface and open green space at the Lake Newport soccer fields. According to tonight's agenda, you were to reconsider how the Lake Newport soccer project, quote, is to be handled going forward. In the view of our coalition, there's only one choice. The proposal should be rejected outright, and Reston Soccer should search for a more appropriate site to host their facility. Neighbors from the most affected clusters are united in our opposition to Reston Soccer's proposal and are angered at the manner in which the Reston Association has mismanaged this project. In our view, the proposal violates RA covenants concerning the conservation of green space, and we believe it amounts to the taking of a shared community resource for the private gain of Reston Soccer. For almost a year, Reston Soccer, with RA's active assistance, has been promoting this project, holding fundraisers, securing corporate and political sponsors, writing articles online via multiple news outlets without including or consulting with the communities most affected by the proposed changes to the field in our neighborhoods, or anyone in North Reston for that matter. The letter announcing the first community meeting about this project came with only 4 days' notice. Many homes received no letter at all. The immediate reaction in the neighborhood surrounding the Lake Newport fields was one of shock and anger. Our community feels like it's been ambushed. Tempers are running high, and things have changed a lot since I spoke to the RA Board Operations Committee meeting on February 6th and asked the members to delay the first community meeting on February 8th, a request that you denied. Over this past weekend, residents in 3 clusters adjacent to the field voted to publicly oppose the project. On Monday, many of them used their day off from work to go door to door in North Point to ask their neighbors to join them in their opposition. I know that our members would be grateful if the RA Board did the right thing and ended this fight tonight by officially rejecting the proposal in a public roll call vote. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate the opportunity to address the board.
Thank you. Benjamin Eliason.
Good evening. Benjamin Eliason, 11755 Bayfield Court. We've heard a lot of reasons why this is a bad project. I agree with them all. I would like to focus on 2. First, as is now, these fields, they're not soccer fields, they're just fields, are used by a lot of different people. Reston Soccer uses them for practice and games. When Reston Soccer isn't there, I've seen runners doing wind sprints on the grass. I've seen dads have pickup games with their kids. My family's gone for picnics, which I must say is not quite the same on turf. If this project goes through, Reston Soccer would essentially be using these fields all the time. This is a statement by a RSA board member at the 8th February meeting. By going through, RA would essentially be giving these ownership of these fields to Reston Soccer. I know RA would still hold the deed, but let's put it this way. If I own a car, but you're the only one who gets to drive it, then whose car is it really? The second reason. I was here at the DRB meeting on Tuesday. One of the issues before the board was a cluster that had put in outdoor lighting with 175 watt bulbs. They got a complaint that these lights were way too bright. The DRB all went, looked at the lights, agreed these are way too bright. And so at the meeting on Tuesday, they said, so the cluster had put in a few 70 watt bulbs, and one DRB member had gone, said this is also really too bright. And the decision on Tuesday was that the entire DRB would go out, the cluster would put in at least one 45 watt bulb, and they would decide whether the 70 was too bright or if the 45 was more appropriate. And so my question, if RA is debating whether a few 70 watt bulbs spread around the cluster is too bright, or if they need to go to 45, if this is an issue that the RA is debating, and I think it should be an issue that they're debating, but if this is an issue, then why would we ever even consider this project? for all the different reasons, this is just a bad project. Thank you.
Sam Wu.
Dear Reston Association board members, my name is Sam Wu. I live in 11750 Bayfield Court. My home is right next to the soccer field. It's also 50 yards. And the parking lot, when my wife and I first visited the house a decade ago, we were looking to buy a house in Fairfax County. The beautiful and natural green fields caught our eyes. The natural green fields and the quietness of the neighborhood were among the main reasons that we bought the house and moved to Reston from Fairfax City. I am a soccer fan and a father of 2 kids who love to play soccer, but I'm firmly against the Reston soccer proposal for the following reasons. Number 1 reason, there is a clear line between public and private properties. This proposal is turning a public recreational property owned by all Reston Association members into private use, i.e. home of the Reston soccer, with the private clubhouse signage benefiting a private organization. This is not a responsible use of public RA property under our RA dues. Second reason, there are a lot of problems introduced by this proposal: noise, illegal parking, trespassing, increased traffic and accidents. When I first moved into my house a decade ago, my family could not sleep well because of the Reston Parkway traffic noises. So we have to change all the windows to double hang, argon gas filled noise reduction windows, which cost thousands of dollars. In the summer times, my family love having dinner on the deck when it is all dark outside and cools down, and this is the best part of the day, to have some quality family time without the noise and the interruptions. One of my friends went through a horrible experience. He lives right across the street from the Fairland recreational turf field, which is at 3928 Greencastle Road, Burtonsville, Maryland. When the turf field was first proposed, he was very excited as he's a soccer fan. After the turf field was completed, he had nothing but complaints about the constant traffic that brings most of the year. The field has super bright lights. There are usually games going on sometimes late at night, and the noise bothers them in this community. It is hard to go to sleep when you keep hearing the cheering and the referee whistling. Number 3 reason is decrease the property values. I'm not going to go to the details. Number 4 reason, it is against the Reston's founding principle and the vision that made Reston the place we love today. Reston founder Robert Simon set down 7 goals which became the blueprint of Reston in March 1961 when he purchased land for Reston. In his goal number 3, that the importance and the dignity of each individual be the focal point of all planning and take precedence over large-scale projects. Dear board members, in 1961, Robert Simon seized this problem from the day 1 of Reston. In his goal number 6, that the beauty, structural, and natural is the necessity for good life and should be fostered. There are already many synthetic soccer fields used by Reston Soccer today. The Arrowbrook in Herndon, Lanston Hills, and South Lake High School Stadium. Maybe they can use those fields. Lastly, I just want to show this picture. That's a live game by Reston Soccer Association. Everyone can see the lights. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sam. Bonnie Van Fleet. Bonnie Van Fleet.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Amalia. Amalia. Sorry.
and I live at 11762 Bayfield Court. I am directly in the middle of 4 townhouses that are closest to the middle, right behind the goalie of the Lake Newport soccer fields. And I don't have a written statement. Everyone from my communities have more than adequately stated and discussed our concerns about the Lake Newport proposal. I'm going to bring another side to the story. It's a chapter you may not have heard about, but that directly affected us. And it was August 2015, when I telework, I work for the government, and certain days I'm in my home. And I actually work so that I can see the field, see the trees. So out of the blue, I start hearing demolition. Big saws chopping down the trees. In a matter of about a day and a half, I watched over 30 trees demolished. Okay? These were trees of heaven. They had been living in that field along hardwoods in an ecosystem that was sustainable and sustaining. Reston Association took it upon themselves to demolish and take these trees out without ever informing any of us. So my border with that field and the border that we 15 townhomes had along that edge of that soccer field was substantially and significantly altered. Those trees cannot be replaced. In fact, the poison that was used by RA was so intense that nothing has grown back in the floor of those woods. So I am particularly interested in the process that this association will put in place to consult and inform those people that are most affected. You're talking here about preserving hardwoods on a sidewalk. We lost 32 trees of heaven. Okay, they literally were a windshield for my house. My winter has been much more severe since those trees were gone. And I am sure that the repairs I've done to my roof, even though my roof is only 14 years old, would not have needed to be done. So my house has already been devalued because I don't have an edge. I don't have that border, and neither do most of us on that edge. And it was done without any consultation, without any notice to us. You can imagine what you would feel like if that would happen to your home. And that's the only thing I have to say. Thank you very much.
John Mooney.
Good evening, board members.
Good evening.
I'm John Mooney, and I live at 1400 Churchill Place. I'm also a candidate for the North Point seat on the Reston Association Board of Directors. And I want to make some comments on the Lake Newport soccer field, and specifically on process issues. From attending community meetings on Lake Newport Field and reading the background material, I've concluded that a late and insufficient involvement of neighborhoods has led to a level of distrust that makes dialogue on this issue utterly impossible at the present time. So I urge the board to immediately not just slow down the process, but immediately stop its review of the proposal of Reston Soccer for the field, and to remove the proposal from its own active consideration. Whether an acceptable alternative proposal is possible someday in some way is a question that must be left, I believe, to the next board in consultation with all the affected parties. Thank you.
Mr. Dean, Mr. James Dean. You guys saw him leave. Miss Arlene Krieger.
Hi. I too am running for the Board of Directors for the North Point District. And I'm not here about my election. Thank you. This community called me. I was probably the first person that was called to help them fight the development of this soccer field. They called me because they recognized that I was one of the two leaders who started the movement against the St. John's Woods project. And I have to just, tell you the similarities are so striking. I heard here tonight, we're going to do our best to notify the community and, all this stuff. I've been hearing this for 2 years. Nothing has changed. When I went to this meeting that was presented by Reston Association promoting the soccer field with a brochure that was a professional marketing piece. I mean, that was the agenda. The agenda was a professional marketing piece with only positive adjectives about the project. There was absolutely no sense of neutrality when this was presented, and that was very, very alarming. So what I'd like to say to you is that, like the St. John's Wood people, these people are never, ever going to accept any compromise about that field. They will not accept any alternative to the field. They want the field to stay as it is according to the bylaws of the Reston deed, and at the same time, they want that property improved. They want Reston Association to go in there and improve that property because it is a park, and very little is being done there. So I'm asking you to put an end to this proposal, because if you don't, you are going to have a huge amount of trouble. Be forewarned. These people will never, ever give up on this issue, and there can be no alternative.
Steve Wienand? Steve? Steve's gone. Pan and Paul Woods?
I don't have a formal presentation because I didn't know about this, the assessment subject being addressed tonight until 4 o'clock. Who's the gentleman who brought up the idea of modifying the assessment policy? I live in the Deer Forest development of North Point, and as my key point here, we've lived here for 21 years, and all members currently have equal access to all of Reston facilities. I liken it to a health club where you pay a membership fee and everyone has equal access to all the facilities. Your proposal that people pay more if their homes are bigger or the property values are larger, I think you mentioned you were tired of people in gated communities paying the same assessment as people who don't live in gated communities. So I'm not sure Reston has any gated communities. I think there are a couple of flawed assumptions in your thinking, and I don't know how long you've lived here. But first of all, the assumption that homeowners living in the same development, in comparable homes, are in the same income bracket is not a valid assumption. There are many people who are original owners whose homes have doubled in price. That does not mean that all of the families there are in the same income bracket. Also, the assumption that homeowners living in larger homes may have larger families and therefore pose a greater burden on facilities in Reston is also not true. Many of my neighbors are empty nesters. Also, one could argue that the larger your home and your yard, the less likely you are to need the parks. And many of the families in my neighborhood may also belong to a health club, such as the new health club, Lifetime Fitness, that opened here in Reston. So they have access to the pools, the basketball courts, and other facilities there. Or to Worldgate, where there are indoor tennis courts. So they have more options. I also feel that you are penalizing residents with larger homes or properties by basically saying, well, you decide to invest in your home, you're going to be penalized for that instead of investing in the stock market or rare stamps. So I think that it's unfair to say that people who live in one area of Reston or one development should pay more for the same facilities as people who don't. That's basically what I wanted to say. And I don't know what your rationale is for feeling that people should pay more. It's like the health club saying your membership fee is going to be based on your income. Who would join a club like that? That's not the way anyone thought Reston would be when we moved here. How long have you lived here? I'm wondering.
Long enough to know.
To know what?
I'm sorry?
Long enough to know what? I was just wondering.
To know what I'm talking about. This is an investigation of me, what I do, how long I've lived here. So
I'm just trying
thank
to
you very much.
I'm just trying to understand the rationale so I can understand how to
I
have
will
a
be making a
conversation.
presentation. Thank you.
I'm not trying to pick a fight. I'm just trying to understand.
Thank you very much,
you.
Ms. Woods. Got Ed Robichaud.
Absolutely nothing to do with soccer. Luck would have it, Ed Robichaud, Chair of the Elections Committee. Just to give you the 90-second update on our election process, and to remind RA members that the ballots will be mailed out March 6th. Voting will open March 6th, 5 p.m. And that we have forums, candidate forums coming up for North Point on March 8th at 7:30. March 9th for Hunters Woods Dogwoods at the RA headquarters, excuse me. The North Point Forum is at the Lake House, I should have mentioned, on March 8th. Thursday, March 9th, the Hunters Woods Dogwood Forum here at 6:30. Following that, the At-Large Candidates Forum at 7:30. And to remind members that every Reston resident, excluding the town center in Dogwood, is eligible to vote in this upcoming election. Thank you.
Ed, thank you very much. Appreciate what you and your committee does. Thank you. Andrew Ivanovich.
My name is Andrew Ivovich, 1556 Northgate Square, Unit 12. One unit of over 400 units on 17 acres of property, each which pays the full dues. I think it's a valid point, contrary to the speaker a couple ago, that it is worth some discussion that some of the services provided by Reston Association are applicable to the number of people living in the house, whether that's related to the size, the property value, the square footage, the number of birds that sit in the trees, I don't know. But there is at least worthwhile discussion to be had on this topic. So Ray, thank you for bringing it to discussion, and I look forward to participating in it in the future.
Bonnie, did you want to get up to speak now? I think that we're going to handle all of the member comments at the same time.
My comments is in the back.
Okay. Anybody else here would like to speak?
Comment on this issue as well. I didn't realize that.
Well, let's take a look at who else is here in the audience. And anybody else would like to speak? Got John Higgins, Mike Collins. John?
Thank you, Mike. John Higgins. I live at 2041 Approach Lane. I came this evening interested in item G on your agenda. I think the idea of looking at alternative ways of taking in revenue is a wonderful thing for the board to do, whether people will favor one or another. It's kind of a matter of opinion. But I think we really need to hear about the many different alternatives that might be out there. Having said that, sitting here, I was very interested in the discussion of item B, in part because of what was not said. In my personal opinion, there was adequate disclosure for years as to Director Thompson's interests in Reston, personal and connected with the board. As Director Thomas pointed out, there was no surprise among the board. There was nothing being hidden. So from the legal perspective, and I viewed there were three issues. There was the legal, there was the ethical, and there was the credibility issue. From a legal perspective, counsel has told you there's really nothing to pursue. There was no vote. Presumably the actions in the board operations committee are not covered by that voting concern. So put that off the table. Ethically, I don't think there was anything unethical that I've ever observed from Director Thompson, so I'm glad you kind of pushed that aside. But from the members' perspective, the third issue of credibility is a concern. I was very surprised to learn that the conflict of interest statement is useless, that it's been posted on our website, and that as directors and other volunteers have been asked to fill it out for years, could have either not filled it out at all or put down any type of falsehood with no consequence. We're hearing that as members, there is no ethical code of conduct, conflict of interest structure within the RA. I know you worked on it, and you got to a point where you were ready to do something, and then it kind of stopped. And it's time to pick that up, especially now, if the members are to retain the confidence in the board. And I think that's the one issue that might have come out of tonight that will be fired up. Let's get that back on track and settled. Indeed, there may be no good reason to ever dismiss a director, but we might have public flogging or stoning in the courtyard. You know,
Isn't that what
so,
we've been doing?
Other remedy.
It felt just like that.
If ever appropriate. I've used up my time, and there were several people who did not talk. I'd like to use their time as well. But I won't. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, John.
Mike Collins?
Evening, everybody. It's good to see a lot of you again. My name is Mike Collins. I live at 11820 Great Owl Circle. And I wanted to also address the soccer field proposal that you've been hearing about tonight. And what I'm about to say, if there are any soccer fans in the room, or RYS members, please don't take this as a dig against you. But that proposal was terrible. And it was never going to go anywhere. Lighting those fields was never going to happen. That's already been essentially decided by the DRB when they looked at the baseball fields near Lake Newport. And unfortunately, because as one of my other candidates for the board mentioned, because the well has been poisoned, it's going to be very difficult to recover to be able to do anything with those fields. RA really needs to step back. If it's going to do this, start over with immediately start with meeting with the neighbors and with the broader communities who else might want to do something with that field. That didn't happen here. And frankly, you should have known better. It really points to why I'm running for the board. 4 of you won't be here next year. Mr. Sanyo will be term limited out next year. Ms. Thompson, I don't know if you're going to want to, you might be term limited out, but if you could, I'm not sure the way you were treated earlier tonight, I'm not sure you want to run either. Mr. Waddell, I really appreciated your comments. But you know better. You know that as soon as you put something on paper, as soon as you have some renderings floating around the community, people will freak out. They will. Who can blame them? Because you didn't start, with open discussions. You started with a plan and everybody thinks it's a done deal. I've been there, I made the same mistake. I'll cop to it, I did the same thing with tennis in Browns Chapel Park. So it speaks to the reason you need experienced people on the board. You need to have some continuity, and I'm stepping back into this role, and God knows why, but I'm willing to step back into this role to help RA have that steady hand, that experienced hand to have that wisdom that you need to move forward with so that we can do projects, so that we can do projects that are available, facilities that are available all year. Because people do want that. There's no question about that. Secondly, the reason I came tonight is to talk, the one thing I've heard a bit about on the campaign trail, so to speak, is the pool pass, the photo ID for the pool passes. That is the number one thing anybody's mentioned to me, and they all say, what is going on? Why do I have to do this? And I'm not even going to get into the reasons why they don't want to do it or why RA should do it or shouldn't do it. But I will tell you, I went through all of the meeting minutes roughly for the last year. Didn't see the photo ID and a pool pass once. I went through all of the magazines for the last couple of sessions. There was a full-page ad for buying your pool pass in the fall issue. Guess what wasn't mentioned? Photo IDs. In this year's magazine, it got one bullet. In the RA News online, it got one bullet, as if everybody already knew that that was going to be part of the deal. So I strongly suggest that you reconsider this, put it on hold. If it's a good thing, maybe it's a good thing. Maybe there's some other way to do it. I don't know, but I really think you need to take a step back on that. And finally, I know my time is up, but Mr. Waddell, thank you for bringing up the ad valorem issue. My 2 cents on that. The person who lives in a $200,000 house pays the same as the person who lives in a $2 million house. That ain't right. We don't do that with property taxes. We don't do that with property taxes. A senior who makes $52,000 a year pays less than someone who's 59 and makes $40,000 a year. That's not right either.
Thank you, Michael.
Okay, one last thing. The senior rate for elderly housing. I sit on the board. Here's a conflict of interest for you. I sit on the board of the Fellowship Square Foundation that operates 400 units of affordable housing for seniors. These are the poorest of poor people. That rate is $329. That's more than a month's rent. But guess who pays it? The taxpayers and the foundation are to the tune of $130,000 a year. That's not good. Thanks.
Anyone else that would like to speak that has not spoken already? Bonnie?
I'm Bonnie Van Fleet. I live at 11223 South Shore Road, and this is one of the first board meetings that I've been to. I'm surprised by how contentious it has been. But what I do want to speak to is using property, the size of property for assessments. And what I want to speak to on that is it's equally unfair for somebody to be living in an apartment making $250,000 a year, expecting to pay less than somebody who's lived in the community for 33 years, who's been paying their assessments all of these years, who has waited for the town center to grow and be part of it, who even as a single mother was happy to pay because she was happy about the camps that were set up by Reston Association, appreciated the green space. There are people who walk around our lakes who have access to our properties who don't pay. I would consider looking at people, for instance, who rent. Those are the same kinds of people who, even though the owner pays an assessment, the people who rent do not. And the person who's making money off of that piece of property, and usually in Reston, it's a considerable amount of money, should consider that really the people that are in that apartment are using the property without really being paying the amount that they should be paying. So what I'm saying is, while you're saying that a person who's on a large piece of property has a lot of money, that's not sound thinking. It means that that person may have been here for 33 years, working all the time, trying to make sure that Reston grew the way that it was supposed to grow. So we all pay an assessment, and it's an equal assessment to the equal benefits of Reston. And everyone should pay that and grow like everyone else has. We shouldn't be driving the older people who have been here for years out of the community simply because they live on a bigger piece of property.
Thank you. Any other comments from folks that have not spoken? Arlene, I would like to,
Well, now it's about the tax thing. I thought I was going to have an opportunity to speak about that. Just give me 3 minutes. I'll take less than 3 minutes.
as long as you take less than 3 minutes.
Well, in terms of these tax assessment policy, I'm the Warren Buffett of the group. You know what Warren Buffett says. He's a billionaire many, many times over, and he says, tax me more. I want to pay my fair share, because he has a sense of social responsibility that some people just don't have. Some people just think about themselves, and some people don't think in terms of, it takes a village, and people don't really care about other people. But on the campaign trail, the issue of the assessment is the first thing that people are really ticked off about. And they're ticked off because not only do they all pay the same assessment, but because the people who can't even afford the assessment get a double whack when they have to buy these expensive passes to use the facilities. And then the real thing that ticks them off, almost more than Reston Town paid parking, is this photo ID thing. So I'm very much for a fair assessment policy. And I think I have the pulse of the community. And most of the people who I know support a fairer policy. Thank you.
Very much. So we're finished member comments. I think that Director Bitzer wanted to.
I would like, if we might, go back to two pieces that I wanted to have us address. That being to relieve Kate of any timelines that we might have put upon her in the October board meeting, and allow the due process, our normal process for our facilities, maintenance, repair, replace, enhance, whatever, that to come back into the forefront, and allow the Reston soccer proposal to basically get woven into everything else. So take away the timeline and let our CEO's goals and let our Parks Recreation Plan work through 2017. Let's continue to work with our reserve R&R fund on when replacements and enhancements might be done. So I kind of want to put us back to the original square, the way that we typically do things. So put that back out there. And then I also want us to take an action to look at, to come back with some ideas on how to better improve our communications, both from the Community Engagement Advisory Committee and the work that the PRAC was looking at, and Kate's goals on that outreach to the community and communications. So I don't know how I quite put those into a request. Maybe somebody can help me on that. But
So,
is it without objection that I would ask that the
I wonder if we
timelines-
couldn't handle it in that manner.
You can.
Without objection, we withdraw the calendar that was driving the review of Lake Newport and roll it into the goals and into the PRAC work plan, I think is the first item. And I think your second item was to look at improving community engagement.
That would be asking that.
Probably Community Engagement Committee.
Well, I know that in about 2 months, maybe there's a plan. Just a minute.
Reconsideration. What is shut down?
Excuse me, the board is deliberating and would appreciate comments from the audience to.
I think what we need to do is clarify
Right.
what this means.
Yes,
So,
we're not talking about a reconsideration.
Right.
We're just putting,
so let me see if I get this right. If I get this wrong, please let me know.
let's do one at a time.
So, right. If you just start with the fact that a community organization came with a proposal, okay? And Mike Collins is probably 100% correct. The chances of most of that happening were always very small, okay? It doesn't mean that they can't ask. And that's separate and apart from your concerns and anxiety that we have heard, that we appreciate, that we understand completely. Okay, so they're allowed to ask.
No, they're not.
And we can have technical explanation of why they are allowed to ask. But for a ton of reasons, it needs to be moved off the table in the way that it is. Because I think the underlying issue here is that these fields are poorly maintained, and clearly that needs to be addressed because there's a problem in those. I mean, in order for them to serve as good, productive, multi-use fields, there is a maintenance issue.
Right.
Now, whether or not that at some future date gets addressed through some collaboration with Reston Soccer, I have no idea. No doubt will be taken up by the next board or beyond. But this, what you're proposing, does essentially eliminate, just takes it off the table for now.
Mhm. Right. I'm saying that what we asked of Kate to do got superseded by what we're asking her to do with the 2017 goals, with what we've asked of the PrAC organization, advisory committee to do in their 2017 goals. We looked back at where is Newport Soccer Fields in terms of its, in our, 10-year
reserve study, right?
That we pay attention to, and it's out there. I do think that one of the things that we're working with PrAC is having discussions with the different sports organizations, hearing what they're finding, their thoughts as to how we're serving them, and it's not just soccer, it's across the board. I think there's a community meeting scheduled for the different sports organizations. March 11th, I think, is when you're reaching out to all those different groups. And so it's just, we asked of Kate to do some things with the timeline that at the time was part of, I think, trying to understand what might be. But when you look at part of what they've said is, to your point, are there things we could do more? I mean, just the other night, there was a discussion about grass and how we might maintain grass better.
Right.
With technology and things, and maybe that's a better answer, to look at applying that to the field versus artificial turf. And I know that that's something that EAC was beginning to look at. So
Your initial proposal, and I think that's what's on the table, is to remove that calendar.
right, remove it entirely.
So, can we do that without objection, or do we need a motion?
Depends on the board.
I want to make sure that Kate is clear as to what the board is directing. Would it be better as a motion, Kate?
I think that would be good.
Can we craft one?
I recommend that you table the proposal that was provided to you back in July, and that you asked me to do a referendum schedule for, that you looked at in October, that you asked me to continue to look at. I would table
those two.
All those things, just table it completely. I think that it is very important that the Parks and Rec Advisory Committee help advise, just as they have in their work plan, as you have advised me in my goals. So motion would be
to table the proposal that was put before you indefinitely,
Indefinitely.
okay?
Yes.
And to direct me to continue to work toward my goals and with the committees, as well as the new capital project development plan, period.
That's my motion.
Motion, there's a second for Julie's motion.
Second.
Jeff, second. Further discussion?
Something I do want to bring up, second motion, because we need to move forward. I think it is important, whenever we have change in our community, it's hard. And I completely understand local residents. I'm not even a soccer guy, okay? I don't like soccer, okay?
Baseball.
But what I do think is important is that we allow space for members of the community to come together and make proposals and allow for an exchange of information and a development of facts. You know, a lot of the things, I've got to tell you, a lot of the things I heard tonight were, wow, it's like, where the heck, I must have been at different meetings. Because there was never talk about having a stadium and stadium lights and press boxes and field houses. Was never there. Stadium, that's my time. It's my time. I just heard some things that were very different than what I heard.
Right.
But anyway, I think it's important that we are able to create space for people to bring proposals and have discussions about them in a civil way, and we're open to change. Our community over the next 10, 15 years is going to change. The amenities that were created in 1968 are not going to meet the needs of the community in 2025. They're just not. So what we need to do is create that space to have discussions, look at innovative financing mechanisms. Yeah, that's one of the things we've talked about. Because we know we're going to have to make upgrades to facilities across Reston, and we know that members don't want to pay new increased assessments. So we need to be thinking creatively about partnerships that we can pursue. So again, I just want to urge my neighbors to be open to having civil dialogue about changes that are going to be going on in our community.
Any further discussion amongst the board? Eve.
Yeah, I have to say that I'm also not a soccer person, don't have kids that played soccer ever, and, but I am, Jeff, I'm with you on this. I really think while I appreciate the passion that people have for their neighborhoods, I think that it's really kind of horrifying to hear people accuse our CEO of underhanded activities. And I think that the design review board is way more rigorous than people are giving them credit for. I mean, there's just no way that that this would, there's no way that trucks were backing up soon. And so I'm glad to see it move to
Off the
table. And but agree, Jeff, that we do need to be able to talk about things. We really do.
Can we come off the website then too?
Excuse me.
Following our properties, you're marketing this proposal
Can we
on the
take
website.
can I call for the vote?
Yes.
Excuse me, if we could allow the board to deliberate. Thank you. Any further comment from the board? Any further?
Can you just read the motion before we vote?
I propose that we table the Reston soccer proposal indefinitely and ask that Kate continue to perform on our 2017 goals as well as our advisory committees in their regard. CRAC has certain things in their work plan that I would like to see them to continue on.
And Jeff, second that motion.
Did I
All in
say-
favor? Any opposed?
Yes.
One opposed? Motion carries. Any abstentions? In favor. So the,
I just want to say I didn't get part of the discussion. The only one opposing. I'm not just doing it to be contrary. And I do, please, for the membership and everybody, the personal commentary on individuals, if you can please tone it down and keep it on the issues, I would really appreciate it. On the issue here, I see this as pretty dead. And we could push the can down the road and say, let's look at it later on and analyze it further. We have a lot of other things to look at. And rather than just, let's keep this one alive and analyze it and have the same people come back next year with the same valid objections, my sense is this isn't going to happen. So why are we tying down our staff and Kate and everybody else on the issue when we have so many other things they can concentrate on? I know that I'm possibly getting ahead of the game. I'm projecting. I'm looking ahead, and I may be totally wrong. I don't see this ever happening. I think the objection from the people is too strong, too organized, and I'd rather take it off Kate's agenda. She has more things to do than she has time to do them right now. So we need to start scaling some things back.
We did take
thank
it
you. What I would propose is that we take a short
Can we address
break.
the other piece, the communication?
Oh, I thought it was built into that motion.
No.
Do we feel it was covered well enough?
No.
If you'd like to make a motion to direct that we come up with a,
I think as part of what you were coming
Communications
back to, I think in May, there's a plan to come back with some discussion about a community survey, engagement survey, so perhaps as part of that, some preliminary ideas about how we might address a better community outreach. I would like for consideration of the 21-day notification like we do for DRB.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd like to see some recommendations come back to the board in the May timeframe from community engagement and Kate on that, with some input from Pratt, because I know they're dealing with what's coming up with Hook Road, and so I think they may have some.
Very good.
I don't know that that has to be a vote. Is that a vote or just a request?
No, it should be.
Should be a vote.
Yeah.
Somebody else
Or without
raised the
objection.
motion.
Without objection.
What have I not?
Without objection?
Yes.
Without objection. Without objection. So without objection, I'd like to propose a break. We reconvene at 5 to 10.
Pass these down.
Sure.
We do that? Very good.
just turn off the
I can advance it if we need to.
So thank you very much. We'll reconvene. Just before I introduce Ray in this item, we did get one other email set of comments from a Mr. Dugdale. What I'll do is I'll pass those on to Sabrina, and they can be part of the record for this meeting. He said that he was going to be out of town, and he wanted to speak about the Reston soccer matter. So it'll be part of the record for this meeting. So next item on the agenda is a proposal for a modified ad valorem assessment policy. I just wanted to share with the board and with our members that this is being presented by Ray Waddell. It's an initiative that he took. The board has not developed this as a priority. Appreciate our members pursuing various issues. This particular one is something that Ray has had a real interest in. And so, Ray, it's
Thank you, Mike.
yours.
Thank you. This is not a board proposal. This is something I'm bringing to the board. I would expect that for those of you out here who are running for the board, some of you will be on it. It's something that will come up, probably will come up as an election item on the questions as well. Unexpectedly today, we got a lot of coverage out of Reston Now on this. And as you might expect, the comments, nobody gives their name. It's just Marvel comic characters and others, and a few people making multiple comments. As I've mentioned several times tonight, I don't mind comments on the issues, but personal comments about people, particularly if you don't know the people, it's out of bounds. And setting the rules of engagement for this whole issue for the coming months, there's going to be a lot of antagonism. One of the members said to me she was surprised at how contentious the board can be, at these deliberations can be. And all I could say to that is you ain't seen
Ray,
nothing.
I'm having a little bit of difficulty hearing you. Maybe you could speak into the microphone.
All right, I'm just going to say that you ain't seen nothing yet. I know that this is going to be controversial to some. Some will love it, some will hate it. There will be all sorts of modifications to it. This is just the first inning. If you don't get something on the table, nobody's going to act. But in reading the comments on Reston Now, and I'm trying to think of how we can just engage only those people who are really serious to engage in. I don't know if any of you have heard of a motivational speaker named Brene Brown. She's out of Houston, Texas, and does a lot of very good work. But I was directed to her, and I just want to take 2 minutes because I think it can set the tone for where we go going forward. She said one of the things she was told early on was do not read the comments online and blogs. They're nothing but personal attacks. They're never good. They're always critical. They don't contribute anything. So what do we all do? We read the comments anyway. But, you know, if you're a creative person, you don't want to get discouraged by that. Certainly I don't. In fact, it just encourages me to move on when I hear such things. And she quoted Teddy Roosevelt from a speech he gave at the Sorbonne in the early 20th century, the very early 20th century. And he said the following: it is not the critics who count. It's not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles or where the doer could have done things better. The credit belongs to the person who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred with blood, sweat, and guts, and who at best, in the end, knows the triumph of a hard achievement, and at the worst, if he fails doing greatly. And I know that being a pioneer, I'm going to get all the arrows. That's fine. As long as we're talking about the issue, as long as we're talking about improving things, as long as we're talking about moving Reston forward, I'm fine with that. But I'll make you a deal. I won't make personal comments about anybody as long as they don't make any personal comments about me. And as a follow-on to this rules of engagement, what Renee Brown had said, and I'll close at this, 3 things that to learn from it, is about vulnerability. Being here and doing this, and any of you who participate in this, you're going to experience vulnerability. And it's about showing up, it's about being seen and being heard. Not about whether you win, whether you lose, or whether you play some game that resulted in some outcome that you liked. And number 2, be sure it's who you want to be and the issues that you want to go after. This is certainly one to me. I have no personal gain or loss in it, but it's an important issue to me, something I think needs to be addressed. It's been buried for too long. The elephant's been in the room for way too long, so let's talk about it. And pardon anybody who has a little problem with minor language, but she follows on and says, if you want to do this and get in the arena, the only guarantee you have is that you will get your ass kicked. And if courage is a value you hold, ridicule will always be a consequence. So I expect it. And if you're not in the arena, this is number 3, and this is how I'll close it. If you're not in the arena, also be willing to get your ass kicked. And I'm not interested in your feedback. So to the Reston now, Marvel cartoon characters and all the rest, you could say what you want. I'm not paying any attention to it. For those of you here, you come up to this podium, you say who you are, your address, you have things to say, contrary or supportive, I don't care. That's fine. We'll incorporate any and all of that into our thinking. So I'm not focused on the critics. In fact, I welcome critics. Come into the arena, but just identify yourself. And I say that only because this is going to be a long, long process, but only in inning 1. And I just want to make sure everybody understands the rules of engagement. And I think it probably should be the rules of engagement we should follow as a board much more often, and I'll try to do that a lot better. But anyway, the first slide titled there, I just want to stress Sabrina and Bob Woods, who's not here right now, that a lot of the data collection work on this has already been done, had already been done. Database here is spectacular. We've double, triple checked it. The one thing I wanted to make sure is that the numbers are right. So thanks to you, I don't know how many years you guys have been doing this, and Kate has been very supportive. There's an old saying about either lead, follow, or get out of the way. And in this process, Kate has led when she had to lead, followed when she had to follow, and gotten out of the way when she had to get out of the way. So I thank you for that. And to move on, as I said, we're in the first inning. This has been a scuttlebutt for many years. And we have a proposal on the table. It can be altered, can be changed, can be ignored if you want to ignore it. But something has to be out to start the discussion, and that's the purpose of this right now. In my mind, we cannot continue on the current path. Every year we have huge arguments on budget items going forward, assessment increases, reducing assessment increases by taking money out of operating reserves and things like that. That has to stop. I mean, we have to get realistic about the budget, and I want to also get realistic about how we distribute things here. Do you have the... Yeah, just... Yeah, go to the next one. The assessment formula currently, and I'll make this stuff real quick. Since the inception, you all know we've had a flat assessment rate. And peers in our association community do not do this. Pretty much we know some kind of tiered system, and whether it's the county, collecting taxes from you, your condo, collecting condo fees, homeowners associations. It somehow ties down to the property value or the square footage of your home. So this is nothing new. We're unique, actually, in what we do. That, as Mike Collins mentioned, the guy in the $2 million home on the lake, who has his lake dredged for him all the time and the grounds are perfect around him all the time, is paying the same amount as the guy in a condo building with 400 units. It's worth $200,000. That just doesn't feel right to him, to me. And most communities feel the same way. So we have to make the determination, is it appropriate for RA to continue with a flat rate assessment formula? And we want to stress on the, do you have current policy there? There are 4 checks there that you'll see. And these constitute 3.1% of the homeowners. And I'll just leave it at this for reasons. They get subsidies right now. They're at 50% of the assessment rate for the 3.1% of the people. We're not going to do anything to touch that. It will remain the same. The same with the property value percentage cap. So those already benefiting are not going to be thrown into another pool. In other words, they're going to be just where they are. Next up. The criteria for any new policy. It's going to be revenue neutral. In other words, we're going to come up with what we think should be the assessment as if the old policy was in place. And then we're going to move up and down from there as to who is positively affected, who's negatively affected on tax relief and percentage cap. And we're going to try to adhere to Reston's time-honored principle to be fair and equitable to all members. But the total amount of money collected is going to be the same as if we kept the old policy in place. And I realize there are a lot of one-off exceptions, but we're creating a policy that adequately addresses the large majority of situations in residence. Now, the chart we came up with there is quite simple. It can be adjusted. We can add more categories and all that. But option A, option B, option C here, category 2 implies exactly what we're collecting now. If you're in category 2, it's no change in what we're doing right now in any of these, just so you know what that is. The 704 number we calculated because we're artificially low this year because we took money out of the operating reserve to cover the assessment. The real number would have been closer to this, so we're using this number. Why 3 categories? The methodology is very easy to understand. It could be very effective. It's very easy to administer. It would be extremely easy for us to make any of these 5 categories, for example. It's not a big deal. But for purpose of this discussion and to get the general idea and concept out there, we're keeping it simple right now with just 3 categories. And then have an option A, B, and C. Option A, as you see in this example, would be 15% of people paying more than they do now, 15% of people paying less. Option B would be 20% up and down. Option C, 25 up and down. Like I said, we can move these numbers around. But for this discussion, it gives you the general idea of what's happening. Now, the questions going forward, and the reason I wanted to make sure we got this to the people running for the board, there are going to be 2 questions. Do we change? Do we just keep things the way they are? And I would think that's going to be a significant issue. I have no control over things like the debate in the forum and what you guys talk about out there, but it will be an issue for all the residents. I think it will be something that everybody's very interested in. So keep that in mind. The second option would involve what is the proper percentage. Say, I think it should be changed. Well, to what degree do you think it should be changed? A, B, or C? That's what we have in front of us right now. So people are going to have to make that determination. I'll use A as a quick example. If we chose A, category 2, most people, 70% of the people, would see their assessment at the exact same level that it would be otherwise. That covers homes from $229,000 to $611,000. You would not get affected until you get over 611. And that would be 50% higher than category 2. Category 3 would be the same amount in the other direction going down. It would cover anybody who's below 229,000. As you can see, as you move it down the line, the differences are greater. In category 1, the higher number would kick in at a lower property assessed value, for example. And category 3 would benefit all the way up to $275,000. That's going to be a very open discussion if we choose to do something like this. You all need to just be ready to discuss it that way. It's coming. There's a point about trying to assign fees to who uses the services, and conceptually, that's great. I don't know anybody that's ever done it and done it successfully and how you'd measure it. Most places, whether it's the places on the corridor, your taxes, other associations, they've all gone to some sort of an ad valorem. It's pretty well accepted. And it's somewhat amazing to me, people have mentioned to me, that I thought Reston was supposed to be a very progressive community, so what's the objection to this? And, you know, if anytime there's anybody's personal money involved, you're going to get a lot of objections, and I know that, you know that, but the decision we're going to make is, do we do it, and then how we do it is after that. On that chart, here are the notes and assumptions right in front of you there. They're based on 2016 data. We're adding back that surplus cash subsidy. That's why you have a 704 number, not the assessment you're actually paying today. And the formula would be within each option. Category 1 is 150% of the average. Category 3 pays 50% less than the average. Why that? It would have to be significant enough to make sense. So category 3 people had to save enough, even for a while. And at the same, on the same juncture, category 1 with the increase are more than likely people who can easily absorb this increase and should pay more. We have a former president of our association who used to say that the Reston assessment for everything you get here is one of the best deals out there, and compare it to Brambleton and all these others. And he's probably right about that for a certain category of people. And we can get into the details as we go along, but you know, I can justify that myself. I know a lot of other people can that will be challenged, and we'll take that up as time goes by. It excludes apartments. Go ahead to the next one. Once again, no impact on the tax relief or percentage cap. Anybody who's covered by that, they will have no increase. They'll fit into category 3 actually quite nicely. And the whole idea was to develop a plan that does not impact those who are already covered under lower income assistance for some reason. So that will not be impacted at all. Last part, to have this done, we're going to have to change the rest indeed. Now, this is not going to be an easy thing to do. So we need the approval of the board of directors to select a plan that we think is fairer, more equitable, agreeable to you people. And we're going to have to decide on that. Then we're going to have 30% of the residential property owners cast a ballot. So if 100% of the people that vote say, we love this thing, but only 20% of those people do vote, it's not going to happen. We have to get 30% voter turnout. We should on something like this. Everybody's affected. I can't imagine that everybody won't vote. It's easy to vote in Reston. And then of that, it's going to take 2/3 or more positive vote for this to pass. So these are high hurdles, but it's not something that we should run away from. And I think it's time for us to put this on the table. It's been discussed for many, many years. And I hope that this provides a talking point to start the discussion, and we'll be open to all sorts of alterations and other ideas, but at least it gets us all in one lane and one direction, organize the discussion a little bit. And like I say, please, everybody, if you disagree with somebody, if they say something that makes totally no sense, please, rip the idea, but don't rip the person. And I would appreciate that. Thank you very much. Okay, question?
Yes, I have some questions. You said that it is not going to be tied to revenue, is that correct? Personal income?
No, personal income, it's not going to.
But our property tax is tied to personal income. If that is where we add that to our taxes and we get a deduction or whatever. So,
No, it's just tied to the assessed value of your property.
okay, and then.
Excuse me, if I could interrupt. This is just a presentation. We're not going to debate.
The basic assumption that he had put in there, he had said it's like your personal property tax. And in this case, that assumption isn't correct because it is tied, our personal property tax.
I don't mean the
is tied to
personal,
revenue.
I don't mean the personal property tax as you're referring to.
We took member comments earlier. This is a board discussion and a board presentation for the board.
No, sorry. I would, Ray, you could provide them with your email and
Yeah, you can
phone
get in touch
number.
with me. I'm easy to find.
He is.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you so much.
Can we ask questions? No?
Why don't we allow the board just to, if they have comments, share them with Ray. We'll just do a quick round if that works. Eve?
Actually, yeah, I mean, my question was, so this is you did these calculations, these are based on your tax assessed values?
Yes.
Okay, so what if, I'm just thinking about, you know, in thinking about neighborhoods where turnover has been low and sometimes, you know, the assessment doesn't quite reflect true market. I mean, you know, we've seen this, right? I mean, if how in a neighborhood that's super stable, sometimes the assessment doesn't fully reflect the market. So,
Like I said, there are going to be ad hoc situations that
right.
we're just trying to catch the overwhelming majority in the most, I wouldn't call it simple, most efficient way to do so, the one that will cover the overwhelming majority of cases.
Anyone else have comments?
I have a question. You said that it excludes apartments. What does that mean?
Kate, chime in on that. You and Robert are.
Yeah. We, when we were working with Ray, we focused only on what are called market rate or, you know, for sale properties. We did not factor in apartments yet because it was a little bit more of a complicated piece. So we just focused attention on townhomes, single families, things like that, and condominiums, right? So that would be a factor that we'd want to look into later.
Okay.
Should the board choose to pursue it.
Julie?
Just to be clear, the property value range that you have on slide numbers. What are you what was your basis for that? You said 2016 data used. So is that the Fairfax County appraised value that we get a yearly thing that says this is what your property or every so often? Isn't that
Yes,
the
Kate, if
assessed
you want to
value?
amplify on that also, but that is what it's based on.
Yes, yes, it is. That's what it's based on.
That's the support that you provided Ray in his investigation. And thus, that would be a variable rate, which could change every year for somebody who's trying to deal with their budget or perhaps on a fixed income, working through when they might have bought a home at a lower price, it's now worth much different. Next comment I wanted to make is, I believe that the ad valorem assessment policies probably were an option when Reston was founded, when our Robert E. Simon created his vision. I'm assuming that there's some historical basis on that. And I guess, I think about his vision, and he created a community that was purposely encompassing of different economic status, of making sure that there was different types of housing available in our community, diverse communities, diverse populations. And at the time, the decision that was made for this community was to have a flat rate. So I think that bears some thought to it. So those are my comments at this point.
Good. Any other comments on this?
Yeah, just in the spirit of wanting to facilitate open dialogue and new ideas, Ray, thanks for bringing a different way of looking at our assessment structure. I think there may be some discussion in the community. Frankly, when I go out and talk to folks, this isn't the first thing that's on their mind, of the equity of how the assessments are developed. There's always input about they don't want to pay as much in assessments.
Right.
But in terms of the structure of the assessment is not really what I hear. But I look forward to the community providing input on this. I think there's a lot of analysis and data still left to be done, looking at cost of administration and the variability of the cash flow.
I would think that our
if you
way
will,
of
for RA as well as for
But there's
individual
no
households.
variability of the cash flow.
Yeah. Well, because we're always going to be backward looking on it. But anyway, again, thank you for bringing it up. I look forward to seeing if the community thinks this is something that we should pursue before we decide to invest $40,000 in a referendum.
Right. But yeah, I agree.
Along those lines, we went through quite a process to develop goals for this year. We call them Kate's goals, and I've reiterated on multiple occasions, Kate's goals are our goals. If we think something is a priority, we need to help the organization through Kate accomplish them. And I too, I welcome creative and forward-looking thinking stuff down the line, and that's exactly what this is. If we, as a board, if this is what we're hearing from the community as a priority of the top 3 or 4 things, then let's build them into the goals so that we've got the focus, the capacity, the resources to actually move forward on it. I'm thinking about this conversation about amenities and whatnot. I didn't say this before about the soccer, but let me just put it on the table. I really welcome groups like Reston Soccer coming forward. It was a very bold effort. And I don't want to discourage groups coming forward. But I also don't, through our process, want to discourage them and leave them in a way diminished, because what they had expected and where we ended up wasn't quite where everybody figured it was going to be. And so we need to be much more deliberative about where we want to be in the future and how we as the leaders of this community help make that happen. And so we're going to have to rely on you all to share with us your thoughts. We need to build it into the program. It just doesn't happen. It takes foresight, it takes perseverance, it takes hard work. So, Ray, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that.
And we have 4 new people coming on next year. So the makeup of the board could be entirely different as well, and the people are going to have much more say than they ever had. And I encourage you all have a district representative and you have 4 at-large representatives. No reason for you not to get in touch with us, ask us questions, give your feedback. So it's a two-way street here. We could do better about getting information out, I'm sure. All of you can do a lot more in requesting it, keeping in touch. You have people who are your direct representatives. At the end of the day, they're going to vote for, hopefully, your interests. The only way you can make sure they vote for your interests, like you did tonight, come on out, speak out.
Item H is the next item on our agenda. Thankfully, we've deferred a couple of items. I'd like to
2 hours behind.
urge the board to try to move through these remaining items so that we finish up by 10. Let me just put that out there.
You don't mean 10.
We're already at.
It's 10:30.
10. It's called wishful thinking. I'm looking at 10 here.
2 hours behind.
If we could finish by 11, that would be super. John, apologize, we're so far behind this evening. So this evening at Coates Elementary in Herndon, public input is being sought on the county staff's proposed Reston Transportation Funding Plan. Our CEO, Kate Fulkerson, has provided some information in our board packets. The key points are the county is requesting resident input during the Board of Supervisors hearing on the 28th. RA members should become educated and engaged. RA staff should be directed to look into the physical ramifications to the organization itself, specifically whether the new transportation tax will be levied against the Central Services Facility, which is in the transit station area. And finally, since this is a county tax and revenue matter, the RA staff and Land Use Council do not recommend any particular position to be taken by RA at this point. We have John McBride here to address questions that the board might have.
Sure, and just a few comments. I think the community meeting is over by now. The public hearing, I believe, is scheduled for 4:30 on the 28th. It's a hearing before the Board of Supervisors. RA members should check Supervisor Hudgens' website. They should check the County Fairfax Department of Transportation website to confirm that and really become engaged, because right now the service district tax on all the real estate is limited to only the TSA areas and not to the broader Reston. I think it started out in broader Reston, so again, communicating residents' desires that it stay within that area would be very important. Just a couple things. One good thing out of all this is something that this board has talked about for the last 3 years, which is transportation infrastructure is desperately needed in Reston to keep pace with the development that was planned and the comp plan and the coming of the Silver Line, to keep Reston one Reston instead of 2, 3, or 4 Restons. We must have those transportation improvements. Those are identified and prioritized, which is the good news. Some other relatively good news is this board has always had the position that development pay for development. To a certain extent, that is done in this program that the county advances. Obviously, it can always be a little bit better done. But my real concern is there's a delay in the structure that the county has set up. The development, as we've seen, is coming at such a fast pace to fund the transportation infrastructure, because it won't all be built by development. There's serious federal and state dollars needed. Those are not on the horizon, have not been requested yet. Those take time to secure. The service district funds will only begin to get paid later this year if it is approved by the board. That takes time. Fairfax can issue bonds based upon that revenue. I don't think they have to go through the normal revenue bond system, so that's good. They would come quicker. But those, you can't issue enough bonds to pay for these improvements. The last section is proffered road fund money, so that each development, when it's come through, pays its fair share into a road fund. Well, again, that takes time to collect enough money to really do anything. So that's the real concern. I know that RCA has spoken out and has articles, RCA 2020, Tammy and Terry have written on that. People should read it, should become engaged, and if you can't attend the board meeting, at least send an email to the supervisor of your concerns and objectives, really. So that one is going quickly. I suspect the board is going to do something. If they don't do it next Tuesday, they're going to do it very soon thereafter. Happy to answer any questions. I think most of it's in the materials that you've been given.
Any questions for John on this item?
Are we going to discuss what our stance is on this, or I see that there's a recommendation that we don't take a stance?
Well, normally it's, recommendation might be too strong a word. Historically, Reston Association has not taken a stance on tax issues such as this. It's really not something that this board talks about other than the concepts that I just described.
But in this case, even though the residents in this TSA aren't part of RA, and we might be voting later today to make them part of RA, at least the first cluster, I think we need to revisit that. I mean, are we gonna let this happen? Because there's so many things that come along with this tax for the residential units within the TSA. You know, we hope that every cluster that's going to start to pop up in this TSA, we will bring into RA. So I would think that we would want to make a stance that this needs to be paid for by the developers, and that there should be no special tax on the residential units of this. I think we do need to, I don't think we can sit back and say, well, we've never done it that way, so we can't do it that way now. I think we need to say something. We need to take a stance, because we want them to be part of RA. Like, wouldn't it be a better sell if we say, hey, we're fighting for you?
I mean, this board can do whatever it wants.
No,
and again, don't be
that's what all you attorneys say.
dictated by precedent. You can take a stance any way you want. If you have the feel of your constituency, then that's what you should do.
I mean, we don't have a lot of time if this has to be done by the 28th. But I know, Kate, you've been to 1,000 meetings on this topic, maybe 1,001. So I'm sure you have a view of how Reston best articulates our desires to the county on this. I mean, if we're thinking about these residents going to be part of RA.
Yeah, let me just clarify while she's thinking about that response, that this service district tax, additional tax for transportation improvements only in the district, is on all types of real estate, not
I
just
understand.
residential.
But there is a residential component, which is the only thing we can really truly impact.
Right,
So,
because if you take out the tax altogether on all land uses, then you've got a significant gap.
I understood.
Exactly. It's a tough question.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not suggesting that we get involved in what the commercial or, the industrial folks should be paying, because that doesn't really affect us and we don't really have a say-so. But if we're going to start having these folks be our residents in our association, I think sitting back is neglectful almost. I mean, I think we should have a stance on what we think about this. And there's all kinds of problems with, last time it was on the agenda last month, I think, we had more data in our packet and stuff, and I think there's the and Kay, you know this better because you've been to all these meetings, but there's a problem with how this whole budget system is worked. It's not inflationary. There's no inflationary dollars, and this is like a 40-year period, and we haven't added inflation to the budget. So when you set up the tax system so that the residents are going to have to pay, well, guess what? That's just going to keep ratcheting up, and so eventually these residents are going to be paying a hefty sum to be in this area for roads that, yes, they use, but so do a hell of a lot of other people. And the people are coming in because the developers are developing places for people to come to, so that therefore the developer should be paying the freight for this, hook, line, and sinker, in my opinion.
No, I think it's as I shared at previous board meetings, I personally think that we should be actively involved in the discussion, that we should have a very programmed response. I'm not sure we can develop it right now, but we should not be silent. I was thinking about the last election. There were transportation bonds. I had raised it at the time. The ideas for that bond referendum were planted 2, 3, 5 years in advance. We need to be part of that cycle so that infrastructure that comes here serves the community. And you're just raising the point again in terms of this particular item. Julie?
Certainly in the interest of time, I think that motion was articulated very precisely. If the board votes to have that as a comment, then we certainly can make a comment at that hearing. Be happy to do that.
We also have another board meeting coming up 23rd.
I concur with Sherry. Did I hear you say that the monies collected they're not just to improve the roads within the TSA?
Within and adjacent to. It doesn't extend very far. But again, it's all in the package. It's tried to be a delicate balance of developers paying their fair share, state money, and the people who live there and theoretically benefit the most paying a little bit. So it's all components sharing that cost. And again, you can debate about the balance and how much. I think it's a legitimate point to make a statement about the future residents versus other real estate owners.
Yeah.
And I do agree that as we seek to make inroads into what's becoming more residential within that corridor, it's important that we not be short-sighted in our anticipation of addressing those concerns. And I do see that we seek to ask questions about the exemption applying to us because of our central services facility, as well as our leased facility here, where we speak to paying taxes as a pass-through. So it seems to me we're already invested in where they're headed with this. And for some reason, the toll roads and how suddenly the toll road became that we were funding, everybody's use of the metro through the toll road assessments. And
Yes, if the director's inclined to consider a clarification, I think just a clarification that your policy would be for not commercial apartment residential to be exempted, but homeowner residential. Is that your?
That would be my.
Say that again?
My perspective. It wouldn't be commercial apartments that would be exempted. It would be homeowners that would be exempted from paying a special tax. So if they put up an apartment and it was just rental only, they would not be exempted from this.
right, because the developer's paying.
Correct.
The owner is a corporation as opposed to a home, versus the townhouses.
that's what I was thinking of.
That are being put into the API facility are they're owned by
Yes, they're
a
homeowners.
person.
Individual
Yeah.
fee
Right, but we are negotiating with the apartment owners in that corridor to
As
come
well.
into the fold as well. So
Right.
we don't want to tip that card over.
Right.
So I think that we need to have a longer-term strategy, if you want, that takes these issues into account, and to, I think your point, Sherry, that we should not be silent. We should not just have these events happen and us not have a voice in them. But that means that when these discussions be brought here, that we have a recommendation that is consistent with that longer-term strategy.
But timing is of the essence here,
Absolutely.
which is the 28th of this month.
Tuesday.
Tuesday, yes.
Tuesday.
So if the board's inclined, it would need a motion to give some
Kate's need to
directive,
say something.
some direction.
I would make it apply to all residential properties within the TSA, regardless of whether they are what we call market rate versus rentals.
Well, you know best. I mean, you've been at all these meetings. If that helps RA as a whole, I'm not,
Because the tax will get passed through
Right.
no matter what. So I would be, if you're going to take a position, I would say there should not, I would go with the no tax on any residential
Right.
in the TSA.
I would support that idea.
So do we have a motion?
Wait,
or-
can we just add also that the tax sunset, I think it was at 40
Right.
years, that it has a sunset period, and that the rate is fixed.
capped.
Right.
So if we lose that they're going to tax residents, like, that it have a sunset provision, and it's capped, either it's capped,
Yeah,
So that it's
Per-
not a variable percentage, but it's a
well, it
flat.
just can't climb and climb and climb, and it has to have a cap, whether it's per year, percentage, or something, it has to have a,
Go ahead, Eve?
I have a concern that we don't really, I mean, I certainly don't know that I understand the ramifications of a 40-year sunset clause or I mean, I don't know that I could just say, well, yeah, let's add that because it sounds like it might be good. I mean,
I think the sunset clause is already in the staff recommendations, isn't it? Kate or Larry, whoever, or MTAC person that left. I think Larry's nodding his head. I believe it's still there. I'm
Okay.
pretty sure that was in Supervisor Hudgens'
it's important.
newsletter and
okay.
summary, and that was an important point
It is an
to
important.
her and I think to this constituent.
Hey, John, just a quick question.
Yes.
How does the proposal for our RTA area compare to, for this current proposal?
Yeah.
How does it compare to similarly structured special tax districts, like in Tyson's and things?
It's modeled after Tyson's. As far as rates, I haven't
Yeah,
looked
right.
into it as far as that, but
But in
it's
terms of
modeled after
applicability
Tyson's.
of commercial as well as residential, in Tyson's, it covers both?
Covers both, yeah, because if you take out the residential, especially the commercial residential lease buildings, that's the vast majority of the new development, as we've seen, and therefore, that money has to be made up some other way. And how do you do that, which again gets to our issue of we want the transportation improvements to keep pace. So it's not an easy decision or task.
So it sounds like we've got a motion to make a statement. We got a second to that motion?
So the motion, I think that you're talking about is that the Reston Transportation tax, or the Reston Transportation Funding tax plan not be applied to residential properties.
Service district tax
Service
not be
district tax.
applied within
Thank
the TSAs to residential properties. That's what I heard.
Yep.
Service
Yeah.
district tax within the TSAs not applied to residential properties.
Tammy's like having.
An expert.
I have a point of law, and I'd like the council's view on this. There was a lawsuit in Tyson's. Originally, residences were not taxed. The people in an old, with their 30 years before Tyson's was ever growing, took a lawsuit to the state. The Supreme Court of Virginia said, whoa, if it's a tax district, everybody in it, regardless of residence or commercial, has to pay that tax. So I'm not sure exactly how to phrase this. What I would more recommend that you do is say no to this tax, period, because people who are making the money are the developers. And then you don't get into, well, commercial, residential. You will be struck down in court based on the Tyson's previous. Is that not correct?
It is correct that you can only distinguish under certain categories. I'm not sure that there's not a way to do that. But again, I haven't looked at the case law specifically on that question, but I think
The county is pushing this. They want that extra nose under the camel's tent to get another source of income.
Well,
So,
defending the county's also trying to build the transportation improvements. So again, there's always two sides.
I understand.
Two sides to the coin. I think Reston should take a position. Obviously, it's up to the board as to whether it even, the Board of Supervisors, as to how it listens to that position. And obviously, it's going to adhere to whatever the county attorney and its staff say on exactly those issues. So, but I see no problem in making preferences known and the reasoning for those preferences by this body. If that's
It's
your
kind of like
prerogative.
it's kind of like that but-for test. But for these developers coming in, we wouldn't be having this issue. So therefore, the developer should pay the freight. But for them not coming, we wouldn't have to be talking about this. That would be my position.
Yeah, I I have the same position as well. It's just that I think historically, when a developer comes in and wants to develop land that doesn't have infrastructure on it, they finance that infrastructure and they pay for it. So we're moving to a model of a developer coming in, the citizens paying for the infrastructure and supporting that development, and then the developer selling it, making a profit, and leaving the community and the people who live here to pay for the maintenance and upkeep of that infrastructure that they were forced to pay for so the developer can make a profit. Personally, my opinion would be for us to take a stance and say, no, we don't think there should be any tax district. We think that if the developers want to develop that land, they should pay for it. However, I realize that in a political environment, we need to position ourselves to negotiate and work within the environment that we're in. And I don't have the skills to do that, but my personal opinion and advice, I guess, for us is that we stand for the people who live here and the membership, and it's not going to affect our property value if that land stays open space and pristine, as opposed to being developed and having the people who own it leave and not even live here. So I don't think it gives us any benefit, and I think that it will take away from the community for us to just sit back and let them continue to take and take and take from the people who live here.
So I'm hearing a couple of different things. I'm hearing that we should be making a statement. I'm also hearing that, and I heard this from Lucinda and also from Eve, that we may not have all of the specifics right now, and we don't want to lock ourselves into making a statement that that we might regret down the road. And so, the question for the board is, what statement do we make on the 28th? I think it is, right?
Whatever statement is made should be somewhat realistic. We do have other things within the environment of negotiating with the county, as the director mentioned quite accurately. So we need to be careful, but I would say be simple and precise too with what the request is. Remember, these road improvements are needed. They're needed now, even without some of the other developments. So it's not something that the development has to have, like water and sewer lines, to be able to be built. It benefits everybody. So it is a delicate balance, and it's a difficult question, and it's difficult for everybody. But in representing RA members, we can make our preferences known and the reason behind it. I would just advise that we be specific to that issue of the tax district. If you want to limit it to residential, I would not be precluded. You shouldn't feel precluded from doing that, and make that known to the board.
I would say that we should keep it simple then, just like,
Keep
you know,
it simple.
I mean, just say.
So
that
service
our
tax
our
district should not
preferences
apply to
to
residential property and
property.
TSA,
Exactly. Just,
period,
Within the TSA.
that would be
within
our,
the TSA.
that would be our preference.
That's the motion I heard.
Julie made the motion. Do we have a second?
I second.
I made the motion.
Eve, I thought you had been the one that
think
first
Sherry
made a
was.
statement. Was it Sherry?
I believe Sherry was more.
Let Sherry.
I think I started on the soapbox, yeah.
Okay, let's give you the, you're going to make the motion?
I'll make the motion.
Okay. Eve is going to second it. Any further discussion?
I'm just going to throw this out here, gang. The county's going to get its money,
Yeah.
one way or another,
That's right.
okay? I think it is in the best interest of our members that the transportation improvements be made, because the development is going to happen whether we like it or not. Okay, the developers are they're going to get their piece of skin. And if the transportation improvements are not made and the resources are not made available for them, it impacts our community, because we've talked about this before, of our fear of getting a bifurcated community, where we have North Reston and South Reston, and it becomes impossible to transverse across our community.
Yes.
So I don't think we want the transportation improvements to happen. I think, in my mind, I'm clear on that.
Yeah.
They need to happen, and the resources need to be made available so those investments can be made. I think it's fine, we can go ahead and say, don't tax the residents. We're going to be ignored on it for a lot of reasons, but I think we want the transportation investments to be made.
Tammy,
Say that at the same time to the board.
It seemed to
I
me
think
we were
that's a good
promised
idea.
those when the metro was coming in. We were promised those improvements then,
Yep.
and we've seen nothing.
Yep.
If I may, a point of order, Mr. President, you have a witching hour upon us.
Yes.
Let's go, I'll shut up.
Well,
Put that out there.
you need to extend the time before we get to 11.
Okay, let's finish this vote, and then we'll go on to the extension.
Can we have a comment from Tammy, because she's about ready to have another?
Roads that are paid for with these taxes have nothing to do with the transportation improvements that you're talking about and hoping about with the bridges and the tunnels or main roads. These are obscure little grid streets on the far sides of the TSA near Hunter Mill and Monroe Street. That don't exist and won't exist because no developer wants to go there. So why the county is putting this tax district in to pay for something that developers don't even want, I don't know. But it's just another mechanism to get money, and they're going to be starting taking it in 18 January.
Just great news.
Okay, so we've got a motion on the table. Sherry made it, second by Eve. Any further discussion? Can we call the vote?
Was there a friendly amendment about adding the statement that Director Thomas mentioned?
Oh, let's not agonize over it, let's just go.
Is it?
It sounds like that would be helpful, though.
I think that would be
what I-
very helpful.
Yeah. And
Sherry?
What?
what does
You
that
accept
friendly
the
amendment
amendment?
sound like?
What is the friendly amendment? Yeah.
What do you think it sounds
Friendly
like?
amendment I heard was that the statement would also include a statement of how needed the transportation
The
improvements
not
are
allowing for the
and
bifurcation.
overall funding through other sources for those improvements.
Just softening it a little,
To
right?
keep pace with development.
That's Jeff.
We-
Softening
Can
it.
I, for sake of clarity, for the motion, because I made it sooner rather than later. So we have a statement that's moved that the preference of the RA board is that the proposed service district tax not be applied to the residential properties within transit station areas. However,
I would say a separate sentence.
okay.
Perhaps the first sentence is
We recognize the
Wait,
importance.
Reston Association Board recognizes the importance of the transportation improvements that are to be funded in this plan, whatever the name of the plan is, and that these transportation improvements must be put in place to keep pace with development, and then go to the second sentence.
However,
Yes.
it'd be a long sentence.
Must be put in place,
To keep pace with development.
okay?
Yes.
And then that's the however comes in after that.
Yeah.
All right,
Okay.
can we call the vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstain? One opposed, none abstain. Just a general comment, I think that we should always be making these statements, and we should be prepared to have a position. I think we're going to have to extend this. I do this reluctantly.
I move to extend the meeting to no later than 11:30.
Second. Aye.
All in favor?
Reluctantly.
Any opposed? No abstentions.
Somebody should oppose. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucinda.
Don't change the tune. Come on.
Yeah, all right. Why are you changing your stripes? Don't do that. You're confusing us.
Chocolate. We're in enough room to have
Okay, item I, public hearing, addition to property request Sunrise Square. Last month, the board held initial public hearing on January the 26th, meeting on the addition to property request from Seekas Homes to bring their Sunrise Square currently in development into RA. As a result of the comments received, the board requested the following: advisory committee input, estimated costs associated with maintenance of the common area, dimensions of the proposed common area recreation amenity spaces, and a determination as to whether the association could provide inputs into the types of recreational facilities and landscaping that are on the common area. And finally, the parking requirements associated with the use of the common area parcel. Before we hear our public hearing, I would like John to give us more details of this project, and then we'll follow up with Kate.
All right, we have a PowerPoint here. What we're talking about is supplemental additions to the Reston deed. That really means RA membership. Why is RA membership important? Well, this board for many years has had the concept that there should not be a new umbrella HOA or organization like they have at Tyson's, that it should only be RA and RTCA in Reston. Why is that important? Well, it's critical to the sustainability of Reston. By sustainability, I mean the continuation and viability of Reston Association generation after generation. What does that mean? Well, that means, just as we've heard today, I forget which director said it, we've got to consider tomorrow's RA members, not just today's. Reston is over 50 years old. RA is over 50. It's critical that the redevelopment 50 years from now is through RA and its DRB and covenanted land. That means all residents are members. No one lives in Reston and enjoys the free open access trails, wildlife network, common area, and also enjoy enhanced real estate values without being a part of RA and contributing their fair share. So that is what this discussion is all about. This is the redevelopment in the corridor. You've seen it before. The blue is applications either in process, recently filed, or already approved. This will add new residential dwellings where there were none, not covenanted land. That's why our objective is to get all of it subjected to the Reston covenants and all the new members become RA members. Early in Reston, that whole corridor was the RCIG. It had its own industrial covenants, which were removed by this body when the toll road was expanded and when the intense office development was installed there. That's why we're in this position now. The situation has changed, and now we're injecting residential where it was never planned. So in order to keep Reston, it needs to be subjected to the Reston covenants through a supplemental declaration, and the new residents should be RA members. Now here's the adopted comprehensive plan for Reston. You'll see the brown areas. There are plenty of them in that corridor. They are primarily residential, mixed use. The purple is mixed use up to 50% residential. So what we have is approximately 20,900 new residential units, new member families, if this is completely built out. Now, remember our land use process. We've got RA input through its committees, through the DRB, sometimes through this board's actions. All the way through the process, we have individual RA member input into the process. So all of these zonings that are coming through in the corridor, we have input on what they look like, how they're laid out. We are getting to, we're still not there yet, but we're getting to courtesy review by the DRB and all the committees of every application. What happens is at the top, you have a zoning that's approved. That is approved with specific development proffers, design guidelines, and architecture. Everything is very detailed. So when we come in after this process for a supplemental declaration, and the reason it's after this process is because the developers aren't beating down the doors to subject their land to the RA covenants. They're not coming in pleading with us that their residents become RA members. So what happens is, how do we get there? We get it through a proffer. Why do the developers proffer that? Well, through the cooperation of the county, Supervisor Hudgens especially, and what we've been able to get in the adopted comprehensive plan is no more than 4 to 5 references that specifically identify RA membership as being a recommendation of the comprehensive plan. So that's how we get our entree into supplemental declarations. These are just the items I'll skip through so I get through the time. But these are specific references that we worked hard to get put into that plan for this reason. So before you tonight is really 2 decisions. One is, do we submit this property to the RAD through a supplemental declaration? Or do we let it remain a hole in the fabric of Reston and be uncovenanted, even though it's residential? So that's your first decision. Second decision is, do we accept the open space corridor area, which we'll see in a minute, as RA common area for new RA members as well as existing? But remember, think of the new members in this corridor. Do we do that, or do we let this corridor area and amenities be for only the use of one cluster? So as you saw on the previous slide, why should this be RA common area rather than left as a cluster amenity? Really, when you look at it, this is one of the few areas in the corridor where you have drainage patterns, water features, and existing vegetation that is actually still there. That can be a nice corridor that RA, if in fact it's RA common area, could be an amenity for all RA members, especially the other new members in the corridor, who are not going to have a lot of green space. So you don't need parking for it because there's going to be thousands of new members right near here. There'll be a rezoning immediately to the right or the east of this, probably 2 rezonings, where we could connect a portion of that rezoned area as RA common area. Then you have a straight corridor here that's got a playground that's given to us. We'll have input on what's in that playground. There was some discussion from your previous meeting about selecting certain equipment for differing ages, not just kids. That's a great idea. We're working with the county and the developer. The developer agrees to that. We're trying to get the interpretation by the county to make sure the zoning allows that. I think we will get there. So it could be a great facility, especially when you add additional land on the other side in the future. Because again, for sustainability, we're thinking of the future residents, not just the current residents. So that's really what it is, a strategic location that your staff thought would be better served in the future as an RA common facility, especially if it's provided for free, just like the master developer did years ago. Because of its strategic location and the ability to be added to, it's got great visibility, it's got great access for bicycle and pedestrian, which again is what we're trying to emphasize in the corridor. Is what we put in the comprehensive plan, because that's what we wanted our members to do in that area. So I'd be happy to answer any questions. It's really as simple as that. Your package, and Larry can answer questions about his capital facilities analysis. That's absolutely crucial to these things. You don't want to take a property in that's going to cost you more than the benefit. This one, I believe, the memberships under current fees is around a little over $30,000, and the maintenance per year is $8,600. Seems like a good idea. Your staff thought it was a good idea. That's why it's presented to you in the fashion that it is. Be happy to answer any questions.
So any discussion, any thoughts?
I have a question. Who pays for the development of that common space to be a playground? Who pays for that initially?
The developer.
Okay.
Same thing with everything you see on there. The rectangular, it's really not a ball field. It's one of those unprogrammed play areas that are crucial because there are not many of them around.
Is it big enough for a ball field? Is it big enough for a,
It could be.
God forbid, soccer field?
Not with lights in it.
There's no lights on it.
I'll put it this,
Artificial turf so we don't have to rain.
I'll put it this way, it is big enough for the younger ages, especially Pee-wee, which is sometimes your biggest need and where you need the most people to come together,
Okay, yep. Pickle.
having lived through that with
They
two of
can
my
wait for
children.
everyone coming home from Metro.
Well,
Meet their low.
in tying the proposals together, you'll also be bringing in low assessment people into these particular units. So you have to figure that out when you're also thinking about how you're going to pay for the common ground, so.
Oh, these aren't going to be low.
Oh, it's-
Where is,
I don't
do we
know
know the
what
price
you're
point
talking
of these
about.
places?
they're talking
So,
about how to do
Hi.
discussions
We need to-
amongst the board?
getting dues
It's
for
a
these
public
people
hearing,
are
too.
going to be the lower end dues.
I don't think so. I can guarantee you that most of us in this room will not be affording.
Excuse me, if you don't mind, this will be a board deliberation. Any,
We also have the public
Public
hearing that
hearing,
you gotta
public
do.
hearings that they want to come up.
So does anybody have anything they want to say?
what we'll do is, we'll provide you all an opportunity to come up if you like, with questions and comments. Let me just go around the board once, and then we'll turn it over to you all. Any further discussion with the board? Julie?
I thought that when we talked about this at the last meeting, there was some provision about whether or not this, we would have, I know it wasn't that they were going to give us the land, but rather that we would have some type of
Easement.
long-term easement,
originally.
and thus, it's not like, you know, okay, maintain it for 10 years and then we're going to take it back. It was going to be
In
infinitum,
perpetuity.
right? An easement that we would have access, and we would, this would really become in de facto Reston common property, even though we did not own it. It would be in fact that because of the easement granted us.
Yes,
Is-
that's part of what we're dealing with the county right now. The developer is perfectly happy to dedicate it the normal way as fee simple dedication for RA common area. If the county,
In English, does that mean they give us the land?
Yes.
yes,
Thank you.
if the county, for some reason, thinks that that cannot be done, and I don't think that'll be the case, but if it is, we will be given a perpetual easement. We'll be given the land in easement. We'll have the same dominion control responsibilities for that land as if we owned it in fee.
Okay.
So,
I just didn't see that delineated here, and I wanted to make sure that's the way we were thinking of it.
yes.
Jeff?
I think this is a no-brainer.
Me too.
I think it's a good investment. Mostly it's a good investment in Reston,
Put that-
because it provides us a foothold in all the development that's going to happen around there, and it's going to help create more contiguous properties that we can tie amenities and one Reston, guys. That's our
So when they
foothold
slide,
there.
take the snow sleds and they slide down the hill on the Reston South Golf Course, they can go right over Sunrise Valley into the park
Exactly.
area. Extended run.
Lucinda?
I agree this is a good idea and everything. Did our advisory committees give any comment on this? I think the last time
They did.
they did.
I think we got
Okay,
Larry
yeah.
Butler there. Larry?
In your write-up, I better get the microphone for Sean. In your write-up at the very top, you'll see the advisory committees that commented on it,
Okay.
the disposition of their discussions.
Page 59.
Anything further? Any other comments from the board? And then we'll turn it over to our members.
I just have a question.
Okay.
When we did the estimates of what this was gonna cost us to maintain, did you like put some extra buffer in here? Because I'm looking at tree pruning, and maybe they're not trees yet. I don't know if these are actually trees that are in existence, or they're gonna be little baby trees to start. But I know my cluster spends a boatload more than that on tree pruning. Now, they're old trees, but I don't know what those trees are like. I'm just looking at this estimate. I don't want us to find ourselves saying, oh yeah, we're gonna bring in 30K, and then we end up spending 35 to maintain this new property.
So our staff went out and walked the property
Yeah,
and did the evaluation, our arborists.
okay,
And so the stuff on the right,
yeah.
that's all natural area.
Oh, so those aren't trees?
They're existing
They are
trees,
currently
but
existing
it's
trees.
natural areas,
But you
they're
can't
not,
use it because it's
they're
swamp.
not manicured trees per se.
Okay, all right. I just, when I saw that number, I'm thinking, man, I wish I could get our cluster at that number. No way. I need to talk to your arborist, I think. That was it. I just wanted to make sure this was a real number.
Oh, yeah.
And we put some buffer in there. A lot of buffer.
When,
Julie?
when do we think we'll get the answer on whether or not we can have any additional input into how that that 1.9 acre is
Oh, it's programmed?
programmed? Because I'd like to see PrAC also be able to make some recommendations.
John, do you understand what she was asking?
I do.
Okay.
It'll be about 3 weeks.
Okay.
I'm hoping, again, it's the county's timeframe.
I got the impression when we were talking with the developer that they were open to input.
Oh, they are, yeah.
They are, they're very open to input from us.
Right.
But we want to make sure at the county level is what
Doesn't-
John's trying to explain, that what if they're already locked into something.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Very good. So we'll take comments, questions from our members? Tammy?
Really quickly, I was at the meeting where this was, where this was presented at Reston PNC. I'm thrilled to see that the red line does not include the parking area. I think I talked to you about this before, because that cluster has no parking. However, during the presentation to Reston PNC, it was stated emphatically that those parking spots are for this common ground usage by the community. So keep that in mind. Believe it or not, I'm in favor of this. I know that's shocking, but there's a ugly little secret in the county. And that is that ball fields and playing fields, if they belong to the park authority, are controlled by this obscure little office. And nobody knows who's in this office.
I know who's.
But they assign the stuff to Herndon and Great Falls and Vienna, and then maybe Reston. If this is Reston Association, you control it, and you need those fields like no other. In the whole corridor, the master plan calls for the park authority to have 3 for thousands of residents, which is ridiculous. So I would advise you, and by the way, it's on a pipeline, so you can't put a structure on it, so that should keep your prices down on any future. You can't put anything on it. You can't dig into it. So I think you're good to go.
Thank you, Tammy.
Did you write that
Anybody
down,
else?
We're good to go.
Michael?
That's like a quote of the century.
I'm not going to yell at you this time. You'll be pleased to know. I'm going to applaud you. I think this is a great idea. This is something that I worked on with Kate and the rest of the board when I was on the board just starting out 7 years ago. And it was something I campaigned on, believe it or not, because my opponent, for some reason I never understood, thought we shouldn't even try to do this. And my mandate of 2 votes should give you the political backing that you need to move forward with this. Also, very nice to see John McBride. Another initiative I had when I was on the board was to bring in professional expertise and advice for land use decisions, so we can have land use decisions, so we have someone tracking it who actually knows what they're doing, and I think it's proven to be very, very valuable. So I agree with Jeff, this is a no-brainer. Thank you.
Any other comments?
Thank you.
State your name.
Ben Iyer, 1531 Inlet Court.
Thank you.
So I don't think I heard, but we're not paying for this land, right? We're just getting it in order for maintaining it. And who owns the land now? I guess the builder? Okay. The only other question I have is, I know you said you walked through and you got did a survey, and you understand that it's going to be $8,600 to maintain it in return for $30,000 in assessments. But is there anything that would be missing from that maybe a professional survey could discover, like through?
You got the packet in front of you, it's about $8,600 for the annual maintenance cost.
Yeah, because I just watched the episode of Modern Family where he hits a sewage pipe in Dunfermline this week. So I just want to make sure that we have some sort of attested professional.
Our staff who maintains all of our facilities went out, walked the property and did the evaluation.
Okay, again, if it can be a professional survey, even if it is something rather than, just something like, okay, this is what I think, $8,600, that would be good. Because I go back to the Tetra deal just because it was an RA estimate, rather than you have an actual professional survey done to get the cost. But I think I do agree, it sounds win-win because we're including more members and we're getting common area. And this 20,000 members, at what period of time do you think we, in the future, get 20,000 additional members?
I have no idea, actually, but it probably would be 20 years.
in 20 years? Because I think I got the numbers on members since year 2000 earlier this week. Between 2000 and 2017, it looks like we added 600 members, if I'm not mistaken. Because I saw the numbers in the year 2000 was 21,000, and then in year 2017, I see it's 21,600. So we should be doing more things like this to add more members to contribute more to the pot. So I think that's good. All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Mr. Iyer. Any other comments from members? Okay, so board, can I read the motion? Let's go. Okay. In accordance with Article 2, Section 2.2 of the Reston Deed, move to approve the addition of Sunrise Square property to the Reston Association, subject to a supplemental declaration drafted in accordance with the following terms and conditions, to be subsequently executed by the owner of the property and the president of the Reston Association on behalf of the Board of Directors and the Association. Terms and conditions for addition. Number 1, the entire property will be subject to the Reston Deed. Number 2, the establishment of a cluster association, Sunrise Square. Item 3, full payment of, per unit of the RA annual assessment. And item 4, the grant of a fee simple dedication for RA common area or easement for the RA common area use and maintenance. So do I have someone move that?
So moved.
Second.
Second by Julie. Jeff, any further discussion? Can I call the vote? All in favor? Unanimous. I too agree that this is exactly what we ought to be doing, and I'm just really pleased that that we're moving in this direction, and I think that this is going to be a good model as we consider other properties. So, Larry, thank you very much for your support of all of this. John McBride, I'm not sure what we would have done without you.
Oh, please.
Thank you.
We should, when the people start moving in, we should have a little block party or something.
Nice idea.
To welcome our new neighbors.
Since you won't be on the board anymore, you have all kinds of time. Why don't you plan that?
I will be happy to participate.
Okay.
Two important items. You're going to need to extend the meeting again.
Yes.
And just want to let you know that probably in the next couple of months, we'll have another proposal to bring to you for another development in the corridor.
Nice job, Kate, on getting them in.
Good show. Thank you. Do we really want to extend it?
You got 2 minutes. Can you get it done in 2 minutes?
We do
Can we
that.
do it in 2 minutes?
No, we can't do it.
No.
I'm just asking.
Move to extend to 11:45.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed?
Thank you.
Good for you, Lucinda. All right. We deferred earlier items J and K. Item L. Capital Improvement Program Central Services Facility. At our meeting on December 15th, we approved a partial incremental release of funds for the purpose of developing updated project estimates for the renovation of our Central Services Facility. The offices and warehouse are, that's our maintenance team's work out of. I believe Garrett Skinner, our Director of Capital Projects, is here and ready this evening to provide us with more information about the project. Garrett?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good
Sorry for
evening.
keeping you
It's not
so
a
late.
9-to-5 job, Derek.
Still awake. I will be as brief as possible. So I'm here just to provide an update on the CSF renovation project. As you know, that project was placed on hold a few months ago. In December, you, as a board, approved the release of funds to provide or to have us work with our project manager to get a updated estimate on the project costs. We've done that, but just for the sake of background, this is the Central Service Facility site. The scope of the project will include updates to the main building, shop area, and the warehouse there. Next slide. Our approach is to cover specifically or primarily the needs that need to be addressed with CSF. Some of those needs I've highlighted here include the addition of a bathroom to the warehouse building. We have environmental staff who are officed in that building and do not have a restroom in that building. They have to walk across the parking lot currently to another building in whatever weather exists to use facilities. That area also only has one exit, so that creates a bit of a safety concern. If there was a impediment to the primary exit, there is no emergency exit currently, so the current plan is to add both the additional exit to their space and also provide ADA accessibility. Additionally, there's a need to replace all of the windows in the main building. There's a significant energy inefficiency. The building is over 30 years old, and as such is a definite cause for energy leakage in the building. And another addition to the main building is the adding more bathroom capacity to the main building. At the peak during the summer, we can have as many as 200 staff with all the seasonal workers there, and the facilities are inadequate to meet the volume of staff that we have working there.
If you don't allow them to eat or drink, that should not be a problem.
That could be a possible plan. There are issues with leaking roof. There are improvements to the reception area that will provide some benefits for both our staff who interact with any RA members who visit the facility, whether it's to stop by and make requests or to utilize the rental property that is immediately adjacent to CSF. There's a need for HVA system for our shop area. Many of our staff are officed within the shop area in converted storage rooms and closets without proper ventilation, so that is a need that will be addressed, or we hope to address with this project. Updates to security system is needed with the age, as well as upgrades to the local area network for connectivity for staff. As I mentioned, the need for adequate workspaces for staff who are in those converted office or converted storage areas or closets, and also to provide modular training space. Understandably, with the amount of seasonal workers there and the nature of the work that they do, there is a need to conduct training, whether it's safety training or training on equipment, and we need to make sure that they have the appropriate space to perform all those trainings that are needed in a combined space that also houses the kitchen, lunch area. So it would be a modular space that would be utilized. So the current budget status, as you all have seen sort of previously in December, 1.6 million was allocated for this project. There were expenses for that project to develop the initial concept, and that's what's been used to at least come up with the initial estimates for what the project will cost, to the tune of $87,000 with architects and engineers and our project manager. We have a remaining balance of 1.5 million. Next slide. In terms of the project status, again, project was placed on hold mid-2016, partially removed from hold to develop the updated cost estimate that you have in your packets, and anticipate steps forward, if approved to move forward, per our recommendation, would be to perform the needed architecture and engineering phase, which would involve developing detailed plans, construction plans that will help us to get more refined costs and also further refine some of the costs for construction. So right now it's anticipated that the project will take us through late 2018 or to the end of 2018 if we start late this year. So our recommendation is to proceed with the next step in the project life cycle, to develop those detailed design and construction plans, further value engineer the project to identify additional cost savings, if we can, to even further reduce what the overall budget will end up being, to prepare the needed permit application documents and be ready once approval is received to proceed with construction. Receive any, or take up that time once those design plans are developed to receive detailed construction bids from all of the proposed contractors in order to get that more refined cost for the project. Again, right now the projected cost that we have is based on concept. So our consultants or contractors need those details to be very specific to give us a specific cost. And lastly, the plan is to prepare a report with all those detailed costs for consideration before we move on with the next phase of the project. So with all that in mind, for your consideration, is to focus on this section of your budget spreadsheet. We are anticipating that A&E phase of the project is roughly $200,000 to develop all of those detailed construction plans. And as a result, next slide, our proposed action for you to take would be to release the portion of the remaining budget, the $200,000, in order to take the steps and release our consultants to perform the work, to get the detailed information that we will need to move forward, and that will take us to the next milestone, the key decision point for you all to make the decision once we have those detailed construction costs of what the next step will be. That's it. Any questions or concerns?
Very good. So any questions for Garrett, Sherry?
Thank you for some of the community has contacted me since the package came out about, and I think it's been on the community's mind of, this sounds like a lot of money, it's a huge price tag and are we building a Taj Mahal, are we building this, this awesome place, are there going to be hot tubs and bars inside, and so to break it down to just basic needs, I think was really good for us to hear that you have to walk across a parking lot to use a bathroom is frankly ridiculous and probably not even in code of some sort or another. And having recently gone through a renovation project in my own office space, I'm more sensitive to the numbers. It costs a lot of money to do this kind of work, and had I not just gone through that experience, I would be like, are you crazy? But I get some of these numbers. My one question is, I was comparing, and I'm hoping you're going to tell me it's a typo. I was comparing what we got on February 1st to what we got February 17th, and our furniture budget went up by $15K. So on this sheet, it was furniture was $20,400, and on the other sheet, it was $35,000. But I don't think the numbers at the end.
Yeah, that was a typo.
Okay, yay, I'm happy with that answer. It was a typo that it was 35, right? Not that it was.
Yeah.
Okay, good. So my sense is we need to move forward. That's my sense.
Any other, Jeff?
Garrett, so we're going to be 286 in the planning process for this at the end of the day for us to get to the final detailed cost estimates? right? We've invested 86 already to get to where we are now, another 200
Yeah,
to get us to the final drawings and permit applications ready. And
you've gone through the process to develop concept, and now we need to get to the finish line for that plan development.
Okay. The, that seems like a lot of money, but I'm gonna, I'm gonna trust that that's, that 86,000 we've already spent is money well spent. It seems like a lot of money to get to concept drawings to me, but I'm not in that business, so I don't know for sure. The other thing I would ask is when you're looking at the value engineering piece, is to really look at some, like the investments in the windows. And I don't know how much that piece of that is of that budget, but it doesn't look to me like those buildings are all that insulated to begin with. And is adding windows onto a building that's already leaking air and is not energy efficient anyway, is that really a good place to spend our money? Just things to consider like that in the value engineering thing. Are we really going to get that much for $20,000 or $30,000 in windows if the rest of the building leaks air like a sieve anyway?
That's a good point.
So just, with the value engineering piece, really look to be sure that the investments we're doing make sense. Because I know instinctively, put new windows in, it's going to improve your energy value in my house because I know how much insulation I have and I know I've done all the other things I need to do. If we're not doing those other things for the rest of the building to make it more airtight, let's maybe find a way to save some money.
Yeah.
Just be thoughtful about those things.
Any other question, comment?
So the 200,000 gets you mechanical engineering drawings, the whole, so you can start construction?
Complete construction ready drawings.
Okay.
So we can get bids.
Correct.
And there'll be a decision point. You'll come back after having spent this 200,000 and give us some ideas.
Ray?
I may be asking for a miracle here, because I know that when you budget an amount of money, 100% of the time, the budget gets spent or goes over. What incentives do we have, and what's the possibility that that $1.5 million number could actually come in lower?
We're working hard to make sure it does come in lower. And on your full packet, there you see that, when you look at the full budget that was put together by our consultant, we have about $200,000 worth of contingencies built in there as a cushion to account for the unknowns. So we've sort of built a double set of contingencies. There's contingencies set for construction, and then there's overall project contingency. The intent is to not to use that money that's been set aside if we don't have to, in addition to the value engineering that we plan on working vigorously with the designers to make sure that we can get the most cost-effective solution and still meet the need for the project.
I would most appreciate that. Thank you, because we don't have real good history on staying within budget, and we definitely never come under budget. It would be a pleasant surprise if you could do that.
I understand.
Any further discussion? So the motion I've got here is move to release the 200,000 of a total of 1.5 million remaining balance for the Central Service Facility renovation project to fund architectural engineering so the board can consider construction estimates by the end of Q2. Do I have a motion?
So moved. You got it? All yours.
Got it.
Sherry moved.
I'll second.
Jeff seconds. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It's unanimous.
Thanks.
All right.
Thank you,
We
Garrett.
are
Thanks, Garrett.
11:45.
I'd like to
Are we
move
done?
to extend it for 5 more minutes.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ray?
Jeff.
Yeah.
Go for it, Kate.
5 minutes.
Got to say all in favor.
All in favor?
Aye.
Sherry's going to oppose.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Got to do it.
I agree.
Good.
Did
Hey,
Luc-
go.
Excuse me, did Lucinda leave the meeting?
Yeah, she left at 11:30.
I could do a presentation, or I could also tell you that in your packet are two pieces. The first piece, per your request of me, as part of my goals, is to come up with a standardized budget plan. I did that, and you'll see on the short list about 10 different meetings, technically, or presentations that are to be given to the board, and the intent of this 10-piece list is to make sure we do this on either an annual, biannual basis when we're presenting budget information. I did take the list to the fiscal committee for their review and consideration. I am going to have them look at all of the presentations that I give before they come to you, so I can get their input, and so that we can, work out all of the mechanics of making sure the board of directors, especially a new board, gets good information, informative information when they're talking about budget development and looking at different things. The parent piece to that is a budget calendar for the 2018-19 biennial budget development process. So the list of 10 items on that shorter list has been incorporated into the main list. There's been some slight adjustments to what came out to you on Friday. Julie noticed a couple of things that I needed to make some adjustments to, which, as you know, we did, and I resubmitted to you yesterday. Moving the concept of a member survey later, probably about in the month of May, after we've had more work with the Community Engagement Advisory Committee and input from you. So we are working on that. But that is the proposed budget schedule, with about 10 meetings included, where we're either doing special board meetings or meetings at a regular meeting of the Board of Directors. Lots of input from the Fiscal Committee. And we do, for the first time ever, separate out discussion on capital projects and a capital improvement plan as well, a strategic capital improvement plan over a 5-year period. That is what is before you.
Questions for Kate?
I like the input form.
The input form?
Well done, nicely done.
That was part of the handouts at the.
Yes, ma'am, we did
had
make
both
sure we
the,
had them out.
The
on
input form and the budget schedule.
Yeah, we did make sure we had those out. I knew we were going to have a crowd tonight, so I thought it would be important that they see what's coming and they can give us input.
Great.
So do we need to make a motion to accept the schedule?
So let me read the motion. Move to approve the CO's proposed standardized budget development plan and the 2018-2019 budget development calendar.
So moved.
Second.
Give it to me.
All in favor?
All in favor?
Opposed?
Like
This
to make
almost
an,
sounds like a strategy, doesn't it?
Yeah.
like to make an a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Second.
All in favor?
Raise your hand.
I'm going to oppose. I haven't opposed all night. No, I'm kidding. I'm in favor.
Thank you very